Don't let this be you. Here are the top 5 laning tips for winning both macro and micro in League Classic. Get ready for trades to have way higher stakes throughout the early and mid game. In Classic, abilities deal tons of damage, but their costs and cooldowns are higher to match, so every action has the potential to completely shift the lane advantage. For many champions, you'll want to consider buying early mana regen items. Grab a Chalice of Harmony, stock up on mana potions, or pick up a Doran's Ring or 3. Speaking of Doran's items, they may be the default start for modern League players, but they're significantly weaker here in Classic. Try starting with boots and some potions instead to keep up with those early trades in lane. It also takes much longer to get back to lane, so plan accordingly. Forcing an opponent to recall will give you the space you need to set up your minion wave, or put in some good work in the tower as your opponent loses out on CS. Pressing those early advantages is also easier because turrets are way easier to kill in Classic. Taking one down will happen early and often, and can quickly snowball into more gold, more ganks, and more pressure on the enemy team. And speaking of pressure, don't forget to pick up some extra wards for vision, which you can buy separately from trinkets.
I knew you would do that.
After all, nothing ruins a good laning phase faster than a surprise 2v1. So light up those bushes and stay safe out there, summoners. Don't say we didn't warn you.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year.
Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds, and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP promotion series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
不要求什么啦，希望可以有一波完整的团战就好。
对于对面的杯体感到很有意见，
没错，
他已经打过了，
相当让
他先玩过了，
不能找这种老手来。
对于他来说，你不太应该是那个老手吗？
没有，我是人老了。
那你呢？有认老吗？
我是老人。
打新版的我应该会赢他。
红手我打漏的时候，你还在妈妈咋扣呢？
某一个老人，不管什么版本，我都会打爆你。
Out over Hongshu in the mid lane has that ult level advantage.
There's the ignite going down. Hongshu's flashing away, but it comes.
Nice! Wow! 他不会玩，那个卡特正常是买9瓶药的。
我不是阻止他，打爆他。
And they liked it so much. Oh, okay. So BA just died in the replay.
Yep. Yep. He had a Zillion bomb on him. He got tagged up.
喂，好痛啊！完啦，好痛啊！
I had actually forgotten this, but I noticed it during this play. Gragas E is not a star in this version. It's a slow.
完啦，好恶心啊！他这个。
やっぱりアニメとか漫画だと古代兵器って大体すごく強いですから、今日は僕が皆さんに古代兵器をお見せします。
Crowstorm, Evie, in trouble. Look at the damage of the old Fiddlesticks ult. Emmy trying to get under tower, doesn't have access to Soraka ult. Few seconds off it, does manage to get a W down. He's gonna live, he's gonna clean them up. I think he gets both here as he'll just walk forward, ult himself. The drain isn't good enough. BA, there's nothing to do.
ได้เดี๋ยวไปở này farm nữa. Wow. Lên cái này này. Nice à. Ok nice.
Này mấy ông già chơi game, lần này tôi sẽ đá gãy của mấy ông.
Sniffs it out, will chase him down on the other side of the fight. Emmy gets him hailed. They need to get him quickly before he can get any more heals off. They manage it.
Nice. 五招怎么说？哎，里面倒着急，里面倒着。但好痛哦，那也太痛了吧！哦，哇！UCI。OK， go mid。怎么说？翻的人感觉。
Too long as he does see the damage is coming in, just moving forward, shredding through North. Eddie there as well, definitely trying to proc that W. Does well, but gets one shot by Maple on the other side. Hongshu can't find too much more. It's 2 for 2 at the moment.
我猜啦，我们会输。
稍微预测一下会输几个头
？5到10个吧，我算7个好了。
對。啱，得，我講緊字度，揾好啲換親佢。 Wow! Wow! Oh! What? Nice! GG!
看来当年真的是酒桶太 OP 了。封塔再1年，说到 OP， 我没有给到我给白，不给，很好玩。
老人队还是打这种就玩还是太权威了。
まあここまで勝つというか、まあそもそもねメイプルさんがキャリーしてくれたんで、メイプルさんシェイシェイ。
你自己讲的，
又给你装到啊。这样太好了。
But here we go, Dustin.
Itai, the 1v1, Itai comes out on top. They have to Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the speed.
各位好，我是那姐任科。
thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Seems like everyone knows how to jungle these days. But do you remember these guys? They're back, along with the rest of the original Rift. If you want to survive in the land between lanes, here are the 5 things you gotta know about jungling in League Classic. Start the game with the Hunter's Machete. Trust us, you're gonna need it out there. In CVs, health potions. If you don't want to die, you better buy. The Classic jungle is a lot deadlier than the one you might know today. You'll need to play smart to survive. That's why you should always ask your teammates to leash the first camp. This is an ancient and honorable ritual where your buddy in the nearest lane takes a quick detour to damage the monsters after you pull their attention. Remember, the sooner you clear, the sooner they get a gank. You'll also need to plan your jungle route carefully and keep an eye out. Jungle camps respawn much faster in Classic. If you want to maximize your EXP, you better BRB after ganking your backing. When you're ready to recall, buy an upgraded jungle item first to keep those clears going strong. Madrid's Razors or Spirit Stone are both good options, and you can keep upgrading from there. You'll be a roaming menace in no time. Finally, you'll need to make the most of your mana as it does not regenerate nearly as fast in Classic. Optimizing your ability rotation and not wasting cooldowns on nearly dead monsters will noticeably impact your clear speed and ganks. And separate the good junglers from the great ones. Now get moving. Red buff is up, and that Lizard Elder ain't gonna slay itself.
Hello and welcome back to the first night here of the LCP, Logan. We are in for an absolute treat as it is Thursday night, arguably one of the best nights for the LCP because it's when we kick everything off. But we got some bangers. How are you feeling, my dude?
Mate, I'm feeling really, really good. I'm rocking my brand new Timo shirt that I got in France. I'm, feeling mighty fine. We've got a little bit of that League of Legends Classic rocking on the other PC from earlier. I'm feeling great, mate. What about you?
Mate, I'm always feeling good. I'm all hopped up. I got my energy in me right now. I'm ready to go all 5 games if it happens. But who knows? Who knows? Let's have a quick look. We've got a Swiss bracket we need to start checking out, Logan. We've got to look at where we're sort of sitting right now because we're starting to move towards the end and look at the journey we've been on.
Yeah, this journey is constituted of 3 grueling weeks of games, multiple best of 3s and some BO5s here as well. We've already had to say goodbye to several teams, including SHG and Detonation Focus Me. But like you pointed out, Pike, we are here at the pointy end of the Swiss stage. It is the last BO5 of the Swiss, and it is GAM Esports versus Relove DCG. Gonna be a good one.
You couldn't have lined it up any better because, yes, today's matches, it is GAM versus Relove. Both teams have gone the 2-2 throughout the whole Swiss stage. You're right, it's going to be serious because, as we know, Logan, this is GAM. They're one of the partner teams. They're going to be staying in the league, but Relove DCG, they're an invitational. If they lose here tonight, they're facing relegation.
Yeah, you're so right. DCG are a guest team, and now guest teams here in the LCP, there are 5 of them. If they go down, if they are knocked out, they actually have the chance to be relegated. But our partner teams, like GAM Esports, they don't have to worry about that. But I dare say they still want to win. As we do take a look at tonight's lineup, it's Kiaya, Drakthar, Glory, Artemis, and Taki taking to the Rift tonight, Pike.
Oh, look, and this team's been looking really good. I think that the only thing we've been maybe seeing out of this team is that they play like they're ahead for 99% of the game. Even if they're behind, they will play like they're ahead. And I think some of those little blunders we've seen have because they've thought, oh, we can go for it, but maybe they need to draw it back. So I'm excited to see how this team's going to be moving and shaking on the Rift tonight up against a formidable opponent of DCG. But I'm excited to see how Glory's going to perform. Drakthar, our star jungler, we expect really big things. Keen to see where it's going to go. But as I mentioned, Logan, we have DCG, their opponent, their nemesis, you might even say. But they are a wolf backed into a den. And you know what? Wolves are hungry at this point because this team has to hold on.
Absolutely they do. Our perennial second place are finding themselves in an unfamiliar position, risking being knocked out and not making playoffs. This is Florin, Pop9, Hongshu, Feng, and Xiaoxi, backed up by the assistant coach Alex Zed, head coach Refrain, and substitute Xiao Shang. Now these guys, as I said, they're our perennial second place, Pike, but this split, they've looked out of sorts. They lost to MVK, they beat DFM, but they also lost to CTBC Flying Oysters. Normally, in here in the 2026 split, they've been winning.
Well, that's it, right? This team has been looking really good, but maybe the Mage meta was the bane of their existence. But as we mentioned, the Mage is in the bot lane. Let's look at our head-to-head for this evening because we're going to be looking down in this bot lane. Artemis and Fang. Stats are pretty clear-cut. Give me a quick overview, Logan, before we jump forward.
Yeah, every single stat except CS per minute is in big favor of Feng there. That damage phenomenal. Gold per minute is close, but clearly Feng looks like he's the better AD carry, you dare say, of these two. But Artemis, the most killingest pentakilly of them all, and happy birthday Feng, as we do take a deep dive into his looks here, Pike.
Look, deep dive at all, like he's got his hands on those glasses. He's looking sharp, but yes, another year around the sun here for our main AD carry. Fang has been looking exceptionally good, and look, we can see the picks here. They've got the Jhin and then the Victor. We're starting to see some diversity in these carries as they start to move and shake out on the Rift. So big props to this player. We have high hopes for him because you know what? They say the older you get in League of Legends, the better you get too. Arthritis is a made-up thing, Logan, so we'll have to see how this is going to look going forward. But here are our teams out on the platform in the arena looking sharp and ready to go. But Logan, we've got some predictions. Who do you think's going to take the win? Because okay, slight difference, but same team.
Yeah, look, I still have to pay respects to the DCG of old, right? Split 1, Split 2, again, second runners up behind Team Secret Wales every single time. They got that international experience at MSI, but GAM also got serious experience at EWC, so I really feel like both of these teams are leveling up. The way GAM has been playing sort of the back end of the season, I think that they're kind of hitting their stride, whereas DCG have they lost 2-3 to MVK Esports. Now, they're kind of an unknown quantity here in the LCP because typically GAM would be beating MVK, but not this time around. So there's so many different cogs, but for me, 3-2 for GAM. Pike, you called it 3-1.
Yeah, look, I was on the fence with this one, right? I always knew that this series was going to be 4 games, and I'm calling it now. It's going to be 4. I don't think we'll see a 5th, purely because these teams are so feast or famine. And I've gone for GAM for exactly what you said. I think the track record has been looking really good. I just think Relove DCG haven't really found their footing in this meta. I think they're feeling a little bit lost on the Rift. They're prioritizing bot a little bit too much when they should be giving some love to Florin. They need to prioritize this top laner, give him the leads, and let him snowball the game as he's so good at doing. So I think that is where I would like to see that prioritization, because originally I was like, I want to give it to DCG. But then when you look at the title of GAM, I'm like, you know what, GAM, they make some mistakes, but that's an easy fix, whereas DCG, they've been making a couple more that I want to see them really clean up, so I had to give GAM that favor.
Yeah, look, it really feels like GAM has got more of its bits and pieces put together, short of that absolute throw, I want to say about a week and a half ago, where they were on the Nexus and they lost it from there. It was kind of crazy. I really feel like they've got more cohesion, more synergy, whereas it feels like Relove DCG have got more weaknesses, stronger weaknesses, if you will, that GAM is more able to overcome. I really do think the biggest challenge will be in that top lane. Kiaya, an accomplished, reliable top laner, but Florin, I almost feel like Florin's playing at his prime right now, and Kiaya is going to have a rough time getting over the top of that one, Pike.
Look, it's not even that. I think Glory's just been looking really good. Like, yeah, I think every time we've seen them play, they're aggressive, they're farming exceptionally well, they're playing incredibly close to their skill set. So I think this mid lane is going to be a big factor too. I feel like the bot lane is very, very dependent on the drafting. I think the players themselves, they know how to play. They know how to last hit. They can always get those kills secured. But it really comes down to what champions they're on and how impactful they're going to be. I think the Camilles and the Shens of the like, we might not be seeing all that much of. I think we're starting to get a little bit more of those bards out, maybe the Nautilus, a little bit more Alistair. So I want to see how that's going to work, because Xiaoxi has been looking really good, and if they can get them on a Nautilus, that's the hook champion right there. Xiaoxi is known for this.
Yeah, exactly. Xiaoxi, the hook god of the LCP. We are in patch 16.15 now too, where they've started to curtail the power of mages in the bot lane. They're getting ready to do that. We've seen a lot of chatter about ADs and mages in that bottom lane and who prefers which matchup. But as you saw, Feng, he's adapted very, very well, very, very quickly to that Victor, using it in that bot lane so effectively. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how these two teams want to come together. It is the VCS versus the PCS here, so two different styles of play as well here, Pike.
Well, what sort of styles are we talking about here, Logan? Let's break this down a little bit more. Like, what are we expecting to see from GAM, for instance?
Yeah, GAM is hyper-aggression. They want to get an early lead and they want to snowball that lead from there. Sometimes they slow it down in the face of, say, Team Secret Wales, but that's not their style. That's them style matching, and then they look uncomfortable. Whereas Relove DCG, I think they like to play the slower, more methodical game. So this will be an interesting clash of styles. Can DCG weather the storm of GAM's early aggression and overcome them after that sort of 25-30 minutes? Or will GAM be too strong, too quick, and DCG will be left with nothing to come back with?
You bring up some good points. I think I want to talk a little bit about what we could expect to see. And I mentioned that top lane. I want to look at these guys because these are two players that have proven themselves time and time again as some of the best players on their team. So I want to see Florin getting something early like the Gnar. But is there something you'd like maybe quickly, Logan? Like if you had to pick one for Kiaya into Florin's Gnar?
Florin's Gnar? Mbessa. I think Mbessa getting on the back line.
I like it. I like the Mbessa pick here, so we'll have to see if our predictions will come to it. But at the end of the day, Logan, this is do or die. Relove DCG need this win. If they do not take it here, they face relegation, and that's going to be a disaster. But still, the snowball's on. It's the Riot Fist.
hy vọng, hy vọng, kỳ bố.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第4周第1天的赛程，2胜2败组的 BO5 比赛也是命悬一线的对决。由越南的胜利之乡 GAM 出战的是深度交叉 DCG， 两支战队距离季后赛只差1步的距离。究竟今天的胜利女神会对谁微笑呢？马上就欢迎双方选手进场。上路 Kiaya、Floren。打野 Jektar、Pop9。中路 Glory、Hongso。下路 Artemis、Fang。辅助 Taki、小 C。教练 ，No refrain。在开赛前，在后台有遇到两边的教练，两边看起来都非常的有信心，但是胜利者只有一位，晋级季后赛的资格只剩一个，究竟会如何？比赛正式开始。
Thank you, Tommy boy. As we got an awesome introduction to these two teams, Artemis, Taki jumping in for the 2v2 here, Logan. Anything's possible when it is on that bridge.
Anything can happen when you put your bot lane duo together against the bot lane duo of the birthday boy Feng and Shao C of Relove DCG Pike. These four guys, they face off against each other a lot.
Yeah.
No, look, that's sort of like the go-to, right? Like, it makes sense. They're already 2v2ing down in this bot lane. Let's just keep these good vibes going. They know how to ride that wave. It's do or die. May as well get the OG duos jumping in. But we'll have to see what they're going to be banning out. Because you know what? I actually saw something the other day, and I want to just pitch it to you here, Logan. So in the 2v2s, you know how we've seen a lot of like singed Cassiopeia?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
What if we did Cassiopeia and Teemo? Because you still get the poison proc, but it's too range, you go nuts. Like, I thought about this, I was like, oh, that could slap. But no one wants to play Teemo because I think it's got a bit of a bad stigma about it. But you know what?
Yeah.
I think we should do it.
Yeah, but it has to be the right pick, right? So you asked me my thoughts, and first of all, you said Singe Cassiopeia, and then you led with Cassiopeia, and I thought you were going to say Singe, so just the same champs flipped, right? But if they're going to go with Teemo, obviously they're going to need to have someone who's like a heavy melee attacker for that to really work, because the lack of hard CC coming out of that combo would prevent them from standing any real chance against, say, like a Riven volley, which we've seen absolutely blow people up high.
But you just poke them out. Like, they can't do anything if you blind them as they're running in. There's nothing you can do, because now we're seeing Fang Xiaoxi locking in the Ezreal Karma, a very strong staple bot lane that we've seen before. And that is actually Artemis on the Varus with a Jax for Taki. I like it.
Look, I like it when they mix things up, right? So Real Love DCG have gone with a very, very traditional, powerful bot lane duo here. A lot of range, a lot of poke. It's going to be very, very hard for GAM to engage into that. But Artemis on that Varus and Taki on that Jax. I mean, Jax has a bit of protection with that Counter-Strike, does have that leap, so he's actually able to quite easily get on top of, say, the Karma. Ezreal much, much harder. So I almost imagine the game plan will be for them to kill the Karma and then try their best to avoid anything Ezreal throws back at them.
Yeah. I think it's a fair call. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Dirk started here for the Varus, just that little bit of extra lethality, but no, instead going full. They're going more health as well, so maybe they're just looking to play this one a little bit slower. But I like this, pretty stock standard. Nothing too crazy in regards to Adams, but we got the flash barrier, flash snowball. It's very rare that we actually see the snowball coming out in these 2v2, so I think they're trying to utilize the Counter-Strike snowball interaction, get on top of them, lock them down. If Fang looks to just get that dash away, you can jump back on them again, so gonna be an interesting play. Like, I don't recall the last time we saw snowball.
Yeah, no, actually, it was last weekend. Pun with the volley bear, he ran the snowball. Yeah, the Riven volley combo, just all in. The snowball is a really, really effective tool here for that Jax. I do love this pickup. Very, very smart, and great poke there from Artemis to realize that Xiaoxi is in those bushes here, Pike. But, already engaged.
Yeah, straight onto Xiaoxi actually is there's the cleanse instantly used. Be very careful, because that is also part of the play. If you get jumped on, you will have to burn that cleanse, but then you do get that extra poke out the back side. So Artemis also taking a bit of damage. Xiaoxi gonna get that lock up. It's gonna do a lot of damage on the back, but the snowball goes forward, very aggressive. Artemis is now focusing on Fang. Has to be careful. First blood picked up by Taki instantly. A nice play, and they just juggled it so well.
Yeah, clean as you please. I really like Artemis's aggressing forward in that bush where Taki's taking his recall right now. He was really strongly indicating that they were going to make that play, but Xiaoxi and Fang felt like they didn't really respect it enough. They stayed around, they were walking up in his face, and then, yeah, Artemis just able to chip away as Taki got the CC, got in front of their faces, forced them to target him. As Artemis here, he's, doing his best against Xiaoxi. And reminder at home, Xiaoxi is on Karma, a support, and is trading fairly evenly into this Varus.
There's a lot to deal with when you're up against a Karma, right? Like, there's all those shields, you got to deal with the poke as well. The mantras hit like a truck, and that's only with just one amplifying tome and a ruby crystal. So I'm scared, but Fang needs to be careful. There is a Jax waiting in the wings. The Master at Arms wants to take out the little explorer here, but they're also a soccer player right now with that skin on. So I don't know. Can you explore playing soccer? Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Gets a great engage.
Yeah, that was a fantastic leap back out. Did a great chunk of damage on the Feng, and you can see the itemization. He went with that AP, that Hextech alternator for that extra poke. If Taki's able to do this like 2 more times, that's lights out for Feng. Xiaoxi with the shielding factored in. Otherwise, I would have said the 1. And yeah, we look at Artemis. He's just gone for that health build. Doran's Blade, Doran's Helm, 2 health crystals as well, the ruby crystals. I mean, He's safe as houses when you look at this because Ezreal thing there, he doesn't have as much damage.
Yeah, but with that Living Vengeance, the passive of Artemis, okay, going straight back in. Taki doesn't care, has to make sure they can get out, but still taken out by the little chains. A poke on the way out, but what I was trying to say is Varus can go a lot more of that healthy sort of build because you do have that extra bit of damage once you get those procs off with your passive. So it's not the end of the world. Like Artemis is happy just to be a bit of a tankier member, just keep hitting them in these fights. There's the flash forward, instant cleanse from Xiaoxi, keeping them out of danger. But proactivity out of GAM looks good, Logan.
Yeah, I really like Taki's engage a little bit earlier. He snowballed into the nearest enemy minion, then went on top of Xiaoxi. And when Xiaoxi started to trade back, Taki snowballed away to reduce any of that punchback. So I really, really do like that play coming out of Taki there. It's like he plays Jax. Oh!
Flash counter-strike! Oh, Xiaoxi! Oh, you gotta be careful, Taki, as you are getting flashed on. The barrage is good. A lot of damage is gonna pick up the kill. Fang holding the line. One more hit will do it. Artemis, all that health is paying off, and it is GAM taking the victory.
Yeah, the barrier really making the difference there at that trade. Feng looked like he had it. He had the health bar advantage. He had the autos, nailing it. But Varus, Artemis, just the barrier, fantastic, well composed, stood his ground, and GAM take the win in tonight's 2v2. They will get that right of first selection, which means they get to pick either the sides or the draft order. So pretty good advantage.
And I can just imagine, I'm hearing Artemis in my head, and that's just how I imagine he's probably saying, he's like, happy birthday, bud. Like, that's all I could imagine he's just doing. And I'm just like, oh man, it'd be so rough. Like, but still, they couldn't give him the win on his birthday, unfortunately, but we'll have to see if Relove DCG is going to pull up the wins in the best of 5. Now that the 2v2's done, we do get to kick off with the main event here, Logan. Now, what would you be picking for GAM here? Like, do you have a preference of what you'd want? Do you want that side selection, or do you want to go first or second pick?
I really think GAM should go second pick here. I really like the ability to let your opponent go first pick. They have to go truly, fully, completely blind into what is still a mage meta. I was talking about it. We're not out of it just yet. That'll be 26.16. So forcing your opponent to pick first blind is really, really rough. Obviously, if they do go with that mage, it causes a little bit of confusion for you, but then you're able to get the top 2 lane picks that you want to counter that. So it's arguably you get 1 strong pick, we get 2 strong picks. So I like that advantage, and they have gone with the second pick.
Yeah, and it's actually very interesting here, looking at the stats, it is DCG going for blue side here, so taking that extra bit is GAM love red side. They have 8 wins out of 12 on red side. So this team is not shy along this one. Everyone says red side is the weak side, but not in the LCP. A lot of teams, including this teams like Vikings, Secret Whales, they love to play red.
Yeah, a lot of the VCS teams love that red side. I really do think it gives you better access, better control around that Drake pit too. That jungle objective, MBK, they're famous for going for that ASAP. And I really do think GAM was showing signs of that last week too, that they're highly prioritizing these jungle objectives again. It's a really interesting development of the meta because for a few weeks, it felt like the entire LCP had cooled off on the jungle objectives.
Yes, that's correct. But now Ryze being picked up too. I'll have to see what that cool off would be like regardless. Ryze being locked in here could spell a couple interesting plays. Is it going to be for Hongshu as well in the mid lane? Usually going into something a little bit different. He's going to be curious with Orianna sort of banned. What champion might you see, Logan?
Right, so we've got Ryze locked in for the mid lane Hongshu. Now, we've seen Hongshu on Yone, we've seen him on Ryze and Orianna. Obviously, Nafira being locked in is a statement pick here for Drakthar. I would like to see Artemis on the Sivir, only because I'm a big fan of Artemis on that Sivir, and he's proven just how good he is at it. But here's that Ezreal.
Ooh, yeah, I kind of like this. I think it's really nice. And picking the J4 into the Neferi is always a bit of a questionable call. But Pop9 does love this champion. They're very consistent with it too. So I feel like they're playing more for a little bit more agency or proactivity early to get the ball rolling. But I think as the game goes on, especially with an Ezreal, how do you lock down this team? You're going to get an Arcane Shift. You're going to get a Hound's Pursuit. Like, there's not much you can really do besides maybe looking at the support or maybe a top laner, depending on what sort of mobility they have. But now, the big question here is, do you maybe try to pick up something like a Gnar in this top side? Give Florin a little bit of power, especially into that Cataclysm.
I really do think so. That Cataclysm is a very powerful lockdown tool.
That's all right. Well, we'll have to see as the Jhin is being hovered here. It's not too bad. I do like this. Means we're going to see something maybe with a little bit of extra poke too. We could see the Alistair being locked in with a strong engage following up with the J4, but we'll have to see what it's going to look like. Jhin, front to back, looking strong. I like that Jhin and the Rise is going to be the main carries here, but we're waiting on that final pickup here for GAM. We're going to have to see where they're going to put that priority. Zoe being hovered definitely is spicy. Ahri would be a great pick into this Rise. You do just get to shove these waves, and I love the pickup here. Glory must be feeling really good about this one because this is a matchup you don't see all too often, Logan.
Yeah, I agree. Seeing that Ahri into that Rise is definitely unusual, but we have seen Glory pilot this Ahri so effectively. I don't want to belabor the point, but we did see Glory on this Ahri at EWC absolutely take it to Faker. So if he can take it to Faker, he can absolutely take it to Hongshu on this Rise. So I really do like this pick. It's not a composition pick. This is a I'm going to win my lane and become the win condition kind of pick. So I love the confidence coming out of Glory with this one here, Pike.
It's also just the proactivity you get from it too. Like, you will be able to rotate really quickly as this sort of this Ahri. You can move around with the Neferi. You want to be able to move as a unit for this mid-jungle duo. So I really like this. It's going to maybe tell me a story of Hongshu's going to have to be very, very smart and reactionary with these realm warps. If they're not moving around the map, matching those roams that I feel like Glory's going to get, you're going to have to be careful. But we're in second ban phase. We do see the Nautilus. We see the Alistair picks I already mentioned as a great pickup for Real Love DCG here. But the Jack's being taken away. They're looking at Kiaya, trying not to give them anything too strong towards this top side. This tells me DCG are trying to play a little bit more towards top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, J4 is just such a playmaker, and you play through the top side. You try and get Florin ahead over the top of Kiaya. Kiaya obviously hasn't got his top lane locked in yet, and there it is, the Vayne ban. So obviously they're trying to protect whatever top lane Relove DCG are going for. This usually tells tale that they're trying to protect a Gnar when they do ban away a Vayne. So it will be up to GAM here to decide which way they want to prioritize their next pick. But I do want to shout out Uniboy last week on that Ahri actually had serious impact on this Ahri, right? You were talking about how fast Ahri can be and the roam potential, and I really think the LCP saw that come out of Uniboy last week and went, you know what, we could do that too. As, hang on, GAM just hovered all off, and they're locking Shen, and now DCG are hovering all off?
Well, I love this, right? They've thrown the Shen in because that could be a Shen support who is just going to roam anyway. The roaming supports is still very much alive right now. So it is going to force that blind pick into this top side regardless, which means you can maybe pick up a stronger support. As Karma now being hovered, it is usually paired with the Ezreal, but it's been left open, so DCG might be able to pick this one up.
I think Karma is generally a good all-round kind of support as well. I do prefer the Rel. I think they need some strong engage. Yeah, they've got J4 on the Cataclysm, but Bard locked in is a fantastic tool too. And I mean, Kiaya on Gnar, that's such a strong top lane pick for GAM. I really don't see them losing through top lane. I think at the very least it'll be kind of like a matched top lane with the level of play that Florin and Kiaya have to bring.
Well, that's it now. This is the big question, right? Is we usually see Florin on the Gnar, and most likely it's Kiaya on the Olaf, but now they've swapped places, swapped champions. Now we're going to have to see how Kiaya's going to pilot this, because you do get so much space in the early game. Now just pair that up with Taki permanently roaming topside to take Florin out. If Pop9 does not live towards this topside to alleviate that pressure, I'm sorry. I think it's going to be very hard for Florin to get back into this game.
And I mean, you look at Olaf's targets, right? Ahri, extremely hard to just run straight at, has so much mobility. Ezreal, so much mobility. Like, I don't like this Olaf pick. Normally, you pick Olafs into highly immobile mid lane mages, and you just run them down. There's nothing anyone can do to stop you. But in the face of Ahri, in the face of Ezreal, in the face of a Shen who can just slide away, stand united away, it feels like Olaf is an odd pick for me here, Pike. What do you think of this draft?
I think that viewer just then on camera was giving us the death stare, is what I actually think. I'm not gonna lie, but you know what? That Squidward looked awesome, but still shooting daggers. I was like, oh, please, just leave me alone. I'm just a caster. But no, I don't mind it. Coming back to the initial question for this draft, I think the interesting thing here is you're right. There is just so much mobility on the side of GAM. I think the J4 and the Olaf just feels a little bit out of whack. We'll have to see what it's going to look like, though, because at the same time, you got Fang, you do have that nice front to back. We have seen some exceptional tempered fates coming out of Bards in the LCP for the last couple of weeks. So we'll have to see if Shaz is going to live up to that and be able to get a lot more damage off. But again, this is what we expected. Taki's just going to be getting good vision, roaming around, just being a menace.
Yeah, nice E over the back of the pit there, as we do see Ahri, that T1 immortalized Ahri. But Pike, I've got a bit of a bone to pick with you. I have from a reliable source that you think tuna and pineapple go together. What's that about?
Yes. No, okay. Let me just confirm. It does, but only in like a pasta bake. So you have a pasta bake, you put your pasta in like a big pan, you put your tuna in, you put your creamy sauce on top, put a little bit of pineapple in there. Bon appetit. Oh, you got to put cheese on top and melt it in the oven, but bon appetit regardless. It does work. If you would like to try it, tweet at me. Let me know. If you think I'm wrong, that's fine. You're incorrect as well. That's cool. We're allowed to have our opinions, Logan. I don't know why this is the start of the game, because we've got games here we'll look at.
Well, because the start of the game is slow, and that's the best chance to get some relatable human content in, but you are right, we are back, and GAM did get the level 2 advantage in this bot side first, which you do love to see. Artemis, though, has a healthy wave lead up over Feng, but whether he can use that effectively or not remains to be seen. Gold is even across the rift here, and Hongshu, he has a good push here in the mid lane. Glory's kind of caught under his turret and down a health pot in comparison to Hongshu as well.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Guy has definitely been eating his tuna pineapple pasta bake, that's for sure. Just getting that extra bit of protein in. You know what? I'll keep bringing it up. You know what? I'm not done with this conversation.
Oh, good charm.
Because I will. Oh, not bad. Okay, getting the little rune prison going as well, but just little trades. The problem here is you're right. Glory does have that lesser health part, using another potion again, but Hongshu has no mana, so cannot be as reactive when they start to look for maybe a potential roam off to the side or needing to help out Pop9. I think that's going to be a big question, because now look, Taki's making their way up.
Yeah, I'm really liking this movement out of Taki. He's moving hard, fast, and early. We'll spot Xiaoxi on the roam. This could be dangerous. Draktar's there, Taki's there. Xiaoxi maybe smells something's up. We'll spot Taki out.
Yeah, definitely smelt something, and it smelt like tuna bake, but you know what? They find him, they found a hot dog backing in their jungle, and they say bon appetit once again. Hot dogs for dinner. Or
mate, it's
tuna
like
bake with pineapple.
It's like you just went to France. You can't stop yourself. You're just like, oh, Kiaya.
Well, what can you do? I saw that from a mile away. You see Pop9, you pop over his head. There's nothing you can do. So nice little play there, Kiaya. Maintaining a little bit of proactivity up in this top side too, but we expect this. Really nice though. Props to Florin. Keeping up in CS. That is really important and big note for this early game.
Yeah, Kiaya does have him pushed right up under his tier 1 turret. Did just go mega, so he's just going to shove this wave in before taking a cheeky little recall. But we are a minute away from the first Drake of the game, and it is a Cloud Drake, so nice little bit of... Artemis just trading very nicely into Feng here. On 4th shot, though, Artemis does have to be careful, but nothing will come of that. They'll just back away respectfully. Draktar, though, is in the area, and there is a distinct lack of vision down and around this Drake right now.
Oh, okay. Flash out of Artemis means they're going to have to use that Arcane Shift too, but that's a cooldown they have to be careful of. Looking for that little bit of a slow down, but it means Draktar's going to get a little bit of momentum in this jungle.
Yeah, definitely. With all those members of Really Love DCG down that bot side, Drakthar getting the vision, the information on that as Kiaya goes in on Florin.
Okay, about to get that Mega Gnar just a little bit up, but Florin has to flash forward. Could be looking for something. The Ghost is good in first blood. Florin solo bowlered him.
Yeah, and Kiaya wanted that heat, and Florin said, no worries. Just a Doran's Blade V, Doran's Blade, first blood over to Florin, picks up that first blood bounty bonus as well, straight into Steel Cap's longsword, so the damage coming out of Kiaya will be heavily mitigated there. I really like that pick though. Kiaya also buys those Steel Caps and reduces the damage from Florin in kind. But I really liked that from Florin. It was sort of mismanagement, I think, from Kiaya there on that Narbar. He just was not ready to go. If that Narbar was there, I surely think that could have gone the other way. But from someone so experienced, such a veteran on that pick, it felt like kind of a weird play to me there, Pike.
Look, I thought it was really good. It was the proactivity, like making sure, like, obviously knows when to go in. We know Florin is one of these great experts on the Gnar champion. Obviously, if you're that good at the champion, you know how to play against the champion. So they've obviously picked this Olaf's thinking, just be a bruiser, just do what you do best, throw these axes and get the job done. So maybe this is Really Love DCG giving that little bit of extra priority over this top side too, just saying, we trust you. And that's sometimes all you need to say for a player for them to shine.
Yeah, and the thing is, we were talking about this before the draft, right? This feels like a very DCG-coded game. It's a bit slower. It's less explosive. So I really think DCG are enjoying this one. This is only game one of tonight's best of 5 here in the Swiss stage, the last BO5 of the Swiss stage. So I expect we're going to get to see pull and push. I think we're going to see GAM really ramp and accelerate. I presume if they get like a Lee Sin or something, but Drakthar on this Nefiri, he has proven quite potent on it in the past. I'm just looking for him to make some plays now. There is vision control around that Drake. A lot of pings happening though as Pop 9 moves down.
Yeah, now we're hitting level 6 as well. Fang has been in lane long enough that they do have that level advantage. Xiaoxi has been very responsive to a lot of these, but Drakthar waiting in the wings, might be looking, is looking to go on to it. Hongshu caught, Charms even better, Flash goes out, can't get to re-engage as the flashes go forward. Drakthar able to pick up the kill. Now Pop 9 wasn't even there to support him.
I mean, Pop 9 was just on the jungle camp right next to mid lane as that was happening. I know if I was in solo queue, I would be spamming my jungler, but another play is happening on the bot side. Xiaoxi has to be careful here.
Yeah, no, might just be backing out of this one. Not too bad of a call, but at the same time, getting that kill didn't really give them a huge amount of priority on this objective, as Dragon is still up. This is going to alleviate some time and pressure for Pop 9 and the rest of DCG on the spot side to go clear some vision and now look at the drag.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me when your mid laner dies, but you still keep priority around those bot side objectives. You know, you have the numbers disadvantage. Really, you should be behind, but because Drakthar went in, expended that flash, took a turret shot before having to retreat, it meant he wasn't as healthy as he would ideally like to be in that situation. Now, before GAM got their kill, it was actually even in gold. GAM got their kill, they went up 300-400 gold, and now it's back to even, but I like this cross-map play. Drakthar, knowing Pop 9 was on that bot side, goes to the top to claim the grubs. So GAM here are making that statement that they really value those a little more, they want to siege up. As we take a look at this one, and it starts with Glory's charm, and it locks Hongshu down. So Glory able to follow up, Drakthar flash forward, and Glory's able to dash out from under the turret once the aggro had switched off of the Nefiri onto that Ahri. So it was a fantastic juggle of that turret aggro there, Pike. I really do like that kind of heads-up playmaking.
It's all about that proactive plays, the movement, right? It's important to be able to see a little bit and move direction, and that's what we talked about. It's the mid-jungle synergy that you want to see. But when I looked back at that play too, every Spirit Rush was on point. It's all about getting forward, hitting the Spirit Rush, hitting an auto attack. That's the best way you're going to be able to proc those Lich Banes, a little bit of that extra damage in between the abilities too. So the charm was on point, yes, but even going through it, getting that reset after the kill was confirmed means you're not going to stay under that tower for all too long. A little bit of a tech pause here, so we can talk about a little bit more of the players themselves here, Logan. We could talk about what we'd like to see in this first game of what they're trying to do. So obviously, we got that first blood for Relove DCG. Florin's feeling quite good in this top side, but now we're seeing some movement across the map and mid lane. He's in a bit of a predicament. Do you think Glory has the moves with this Ahri? You mentioned it before, but I want to hear it again.
Yes. Yes, I definitely do think Glory does have the moves with this Ahri in that mid lane. We've seen it on the international stage, we've seen it here in the LCP, and we're seeing it here again tonight. Like you say, getting that Spirit Rush, making sure every single one of those does as much damage as possible is just a key part of that damage profile of Ahri. And you were talking about we wanted to address these players. Florin is on an Olaf that is now ahead, by the way. Every single Olaf I've seen in the LCK, the LCS, the LEC, etc., they've all been behind in the early laning phases. So Florin right now is in a fantastic position to come out ahead of Kiaya once this laning phase is over and really do some damage in the team fighting. But I will be looking for if he's going to be able to get access to that backline like we called out as we were coming into the game, if he's going to be able to get on to that Ezreal or onto that Ahri. They're so mobile. That's not what Olaf wants to be targeting.
Yeah, so true. I'm more worried about how this Olaf is going to be moving through the game, right? Because when we talked about the combinations that we see a little bit of the CC stuns coming out of this Bard, going to be able to hit a couple of those Cosmic Bindings. Now you're going to throw in a Flag and Drag with a Cataclysm over the top of it. Now you've got a circle that this Olaf's going to have to run around. So I'm sort of struggling to see what that sort of positioning is going to be looking like. Maybe it's going to be Olaf with a Realm Warp is going to be kind of good. So I'm curious what the mindset is or how the team dynamic is going to play forward. But with Florin with a lead, I'm not as worried. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's something that you called out as well pre-draft and that you've just mentioned again is the Realm Warps from this Rise. Now, both of these mid laners have had their ultimate for a couple of minutes now and have not yet seen Hongshu on this Rise commit a Realm Warp. Whereas when we look at, say, D-Ray on Team Secret Whales, the moment he hits level 6, he's making plays. He's realm warping between turrets to pincer maneuver the opponent's bot lane. And that's the kind of, to use the keyword of the day, proactive play that we really need to be seeing out of these playmaking champions, right? Like, Rise can surprise you. Like you said, dumping an Olaf right behind you. Good luck, have fun with that. You can't avoid him when he's dropped on your head. Counter to that though, obviously Nah has the potential for like 4-5-man team fight stuns. So I really do think GAM kind of have a better late game team fighting setup, but Florin and DCG have kind of a lot more damage in their kit, right? Rise, an absolute pumper. Olaf, good luck. He's got so much damage in his kit as well.
Look, yeah, you're right. I think that's going to be such an important factor is how late is this game going to go? How quickly can GAM probably close out this game before this Rise comes online, before this Jhin starts hitting anyone with a 4th shot, and it's just going to absolutely blast them. So I think it is that ticking time bomb of a sort of draft, is no matter how long this game goes, GAM are going to slowly have to deal with it, but they have all the right movement and playmaking capacity to actually play around it as long as they don't start to lose too hard. If we do see stronger leads going on to Relove DCG, there's a chance they could just run away with it.
Oh, 110%. The moment an Olaf gets ahead, it's really, really hard to kind of reel that energy back in. With the Ghost, with the Ragnarok, you can't outrun that. You really do need to be an Ahri or an Ezreal to be able to Spirit Rush over walls or to, Arcane Shift away and bring them even further. I mean, Neferi as well, also going to be hard to pin down. Able to W and go untargetable, able to ultimate away, that kind of thing, as we do return back to live here, Pike. And here it is, like, the top laners are both level 8. Drakthar did take 1. He got the second grub. Awesome. So Drakthar takes the 2 and backs away. I kind of like this. He's not overextending his time in that top side. He's going back to his jungle because that's where the gold and experience is. And he is ahead of Pop 9, right? 15 CS and a kill. So when your jungler's ahead, that gives you a little more confidence to make those plays in those side lanes.
Yeah, you're so right. But my major concern that we have to be super careful of is, has Drakthar cleaned up a little bit of his gameplay? We saw him, and I'm just going to call it out because it is so pinnacle. The Wukong game last week where he was caught out just maybe one too many times. I wanted to see him maybe just play this a little bit slower. I love the proactivity in this game. Don't get me wrong. He's picked up his Vaclanic Sword. He's looking good. He's going to be doing a lot of that little bit of extra AoE damage. Clear speed's going to be a bit faster. But if he's not in the right position or if he overextends a little bit too much, I do fear this is where GAM gets caught out a bit too late in the game. He needs to be a little bit closer and smarter with his positioning.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it happen, right? Drakthar just got caught out. He got taken down. It was a 4v5, and it was ended, and GAM lost the game where they were very, very ahead. And then he almost did it again. I think it was last weekend. They were very far ahead. He was almost caught out. But, like, the thing with Drakthar, right, he helped shape the identity of GAM, and dare I say, the wider VCS with his style. It matches a lot with them, it is that early aggression. But what I'm looking for out of Drakthar is tempered early aggression, smart early aggression. You can't just all in all the time, especially when you go so deep and no one's there to back you up or can dive with you, right? Because you look at GAM's composition, it's not a really traditional dive comp. It's got some movement to it, but it's not like there's a Kai'Sa that could just like follow you all in.
Look, I agree and I don't agree. I think the Neferi's a very good dive champion because you can take that aggro, then go up into the air and be a little bit safer with it. So I think there is aspects of this comp that is very dive heavy. I think even with an Ahri, you can sort of go underneath, Spirit Rush out if you do need that safety net. Shen is going to be a little bit tanky as they start picking up some items, but by the looks of this, they're just looking for this nice little scuffle over the scuttle. Because it seems to be 3v3 as they're setting everything. Tempered Fate is going to go to the side, but the Spirit Rush is used. Cataclysm also, Flag and Drag just as good. Drakthar is caught out. Florin picks up another kill. Here comes the Realm Warp, but no one decides to take it. They just want Taki for a snack, and it is going to be handed over to Hongshu. Relove DCG. They were a little bit behind, but now they're taking the lead as they pick up 3 kills.
Yeah, the gold is now even as Relove DCG do pick up a couple of kills off this fight. I do believe it was Drakthar and Taki that went down. Glory was able to get away, and it started here. It was just over this ward. Drakthar does get the Scuttle Crab, but gets cataclysmed by Pop 9. And I like it. It just kept him there and bought more time for more DCG members. Now, as you say, that Realm Warp, it was cast, but nobody took it because the gap was so small that Taki really had nowhere to go. It wasn't like he could just go left and suddenly the Realm Warp was wide. It was a really smart Realm Warp because it wasn't so big. He didn't use the maximum range. He only used as much as he needed to keep Taki locked down. And DCG, they are now up 3-1. But interestingly, gold lead is even because look at Artemis. He's ahead of Feng. Drakthar still ahead of Pop 9.
Yeah, no, you're so right. Like, I think that is the big thing. The good zoning ult is going to be very impactful in these fights. The Tempered Fate, if we actually saw that replay again, it did just nick Drakthar when they were in the Cataclysm. So I liked that little bit of a gameplay where it was just enough to stifle them. But now Anar's coming out. Kiaya taking it to Florin. Said, I see you with those 2 kills. Maybe I need to get a shutdown here. They're looking for a little bit more of a brawl. Is quite low. Florin has to flash it. Now Kiaya's flashing forward, looking for more as Pop 9 joins the fight. Kiaya able to successfully get the dive off, and Taki comes in with the Stand United just to say, Kiaya, I stand with you.
We do stand united as Kiaya. He did that so well timed as well, because if you had a look at Florin's ultimate bar, it was still on cooldown. It's still off cooldown this entire time until mere seconds, I believe, before he dies. He's stunned there. His cooldown ultimate still on cooldown. Good flash to avoid the follow-up, but Kiaya commits, and there it is. 1-2 seconds before his ult comes back up. Kiaya knew the numbers and he aggressed forward, knowing that that was his opportunity, that was his time, and that Florin couldn't do much about it. I liked the response from Pop 9. He does have that Sundered Sky, but the moment he died, the disengage, which is a part of that tempered aggression, which is a part of that intelligent gameplay. Knowing when you need to retreat is just as important as knowing when you need to pull the trigger.
100%, especially with the LCP. We are a bloody region. We love to fight, we love to scrap, and that's one thing that we've noticed, even at an international scale, is these teams will just keep going forward. It's something that we've needed to work on. We need to just slow ourselves down and just have a bit of pace, but we're starting to see it, and I love that. So it means the league is starting to grow, it's developing, and it's adjusting its playstyle too, especially for these two teams that are just trying to hold on here. Remember, if DCG go down, relegation is on the cards. But if GAM go down, you know what? It's just a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, they're big chillin'. Obviously, it hurts their aspirations because this is a team that really, really wants to go to Worlds. They've said that all year long, and multiple times they've shown up. They've got the chops to do it, but I think sometimes the strength of schedule works against them. But one thing that Carrick said, GAM is their own worst enemy, and we really saw that last week. And I hope in the week since that they've addressed this issue, that they've really been trying to walk back that over-aggression that is all too often a sign of GAM's weaknesses, failings here. But the Rift Herald is up. DCG have priority. They've got that vision control down, but GAM have some nice, deeper vision as well, so they know no one's coming from that top side pike.
Yeah, look, that's a good TP coming in too. Kiaya making their way up. It is leaving Florin alone in this bot side, so obviously they're happy to trade over the Rift Herald, maybe just for a bit of tower priority too, but remember the Rift Herald, Shelly, she's going to be able to get a good charge off if the tower is low, so it could lead to a little bit more as GAM able to pick it up.
Yeah, just really clean, really easy. They use that vision behind them very effectively, committing that TP. They got the numbers advantage even after they pushed DCG away. But on the bot side, Florin has just been left alone to absolutely monster this bot side tier 1 turret. Kiaya's coming back to nearly a wreckage. Ooh.
Yeah, exhaust goes down, has to go up into the air. Drakthar needs to be careful, but Hongshu getting a nice little realm prism off as Chassis just a little bit too low, has to be safe. Making their way over to Fang, who's saying, I got you, my guy, we're all good. There's another fight over Scuttle. Do you remember back in the day, Logan, that I said Scuttles were where all the fights were going to be? And then they never happened? Maybe I was seeing into the future.
No, mate, that was split one. That was Scuttles every weekend. It was double Scuttle fights. It was Scuttle. I think you're misremembering, mate. There was fights on fights on fights.
Was there? So my prediction then was correct too.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying. Oh, well,
yeah,
you know what?
You're omniscient. Yeah, exactly.
Have some, pineapple and tuna bake after this. I think that's a good call.
Oh my god. Alright, so over in the LCK last night it was all bagel bites and fruit cups, and here tonight it's tuna and pineapple bake. Like, please, can we talk about some normal foods in League of Legends? Like, whatever happened to the good old meat pie? Whatever happened to, a good parmigiana, mate? A palmy.
I'm gonna just let you sit in how you said a parmigiani. What?
A palmy.
It's a palmy or a palmer. You can only call it either or. You don't get anything else.
No, we need to cater to the international audience here, Pike. You don't understand. We have LCK double-dipping viewers right now. They don't know Australian slang. They don't know a palmer and a palmy are both simultaneously the same thing and very different depending on culture, and that a parmigiana is what it is known as globally, so they need that reference.
Well, I'm glad we could do this. I'm glad we can delve into the culinary expertise of Australians. Soon we'll be talking meat pies. You know what? Maybe we should avoid the meat pies, depending on where you go. But you know what? That's neither here nor there, and it's definitely not here because it's the LCP, Logan. We need to get back to this game.
You are so right. I mean, we got 20 seconds till the third Drake of the game. It is an Ocean Drake, which, could give you a little bit of sustain if you like that kind of thing. And I dare say everyone likes a bit of sustain. It just depends on the composition that you're going into as well. If you go into a bursty composition, that sustain isn't really useful. And I have to imagine that that's what DCG wants to do. They want to pick a target, kill a target in under 0.1 seconds. They want to be too fast. They want to be too furious. And they do not want to let GAM have a way to slow them down, to stop them. They want to get that numbers advantage quick, smart. With Florin ahead, he's 2-1, down 15 CS, but has a gold advantage. He's still on his top side. GAM know this, and they've started the Drake.
Yeah, and instantly got a TP coming in too, so maybe they've just said, we just have to commit, we just leave it alone. They sent so much just to get this. Maybe they're going to see if they can just get a couple tower plates, just burst that crystalline growth, hopefully open up the map a bit more. As again, Florin left on this top side, they gave a dragon over. Now they're just saying, okay, Florin, just keep doing your thing, let's get it going, like let's take some gold away.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's being a very, very effective split pusher, if you will, as GAM are responding to this top lane play here. Florin, okay, he's fine.
Be scary is instead we're looking at the mid lane, and good route does come through. Drekthar has to jump over that wall. I'll have to see is a little bit of nothing going on. People sort of running at each other, but not doing too much.
Exactly. The one person you don't want really running at you is Florin on that Olaf. So, you know, when it's that, you got to be really careful. But we take a quick look across the map here, and everybody has their ultimates up. The Baron is now up in 5 seconds here too. So the next big fight will be big, right? Everybody has their flashes too. So a lot of playmaking on the Rift. We've got multiple ultimates that are level 11 or higher. Those top laners closing in on that level 16. And look at the items. Malevolence in that mid lane. Black Cleaver picked up for Drekthar. Pop 9 working towards what I believe might be a Triforce, but Florin just completed his Stride Breaker too. So these item power spikes, they're coming through.
Yeah, the Black Cleaver being locked up for Drekthar also just tells me that they can get through Florin's Olaf. They can get through this Bard if they have any sort of tankiness. Then Mikhail's is there as well. So you're going to be able to get that little bit of safety net in these team fights. But there's the Rift Child looking for a charge off. Drekthar is going to go for a ride. You called him the Drift King just before, but first tower should be comfortably picked up, as it was actually bot side. It was secured first. So it was a trade for towers almost at the same time. Now we picked up another. Florin, beautiful stutter step. Avoids the charm. Now the Spirit Rush is being used. Drekthar is here, but now that was looking very dangerous for Glory.
I mean, Florin didn't even pop Ragnarok to do that either, unless it's about to come off cooldown. He just ghosted and hassled Glory away, so really good trade there. Ghost for ult out of Glory. You take that every day of the week. DCG, though, they're rallying around this mid lane. Artemis, he's doing all right. They're keeping up in CS. He's got 2 completed items, as does Feng, but Feng's, his are a little bit cheaper, so Artemis is a little bit ahead there. But we take a look at the objectives. That Baron still up, and vision control, predominantly GAM is across that river, but DCG have got a couple of cheeky ones in both sides of GAM's jungle, one in that top side and a couple in the bot side. So they're really putting value, priority on spotting out where GAM's jungler, Drekthar, is.
Yeah, no, so true. And you can see there's pings looking around this top side and the Baron as well. They're looking to get this early priority. Still 2 towers down for GAM, so a little bit of that map control is going the way of Real Love DCG, which I think they're really happy with. If you can get this extra sort of safety on the vision, controlling the map state, remember, they're happy to slow the game down. They want to play at their own pace because then they're controlling the narrative. Now we can see a good charm is going to go out, hidden chassis, but not the end of the world. Remember, Hongshu's just hit level 15. That is getting dangerously close. Once you hit that level 16, you've got 2 items. Rod of Ages is almost stacked. You gotta be concerned. You'll be scared about what this Rise is gonna start doing, because at the end of the day, they are up 500 gold, but if we start to look around the map yet again, it is Drekthar who was holding a 1k gold lead, now down to about 900 over the top of Pop 9, just purely farming up a storm.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got like a full item advantage over Pop 9, right? He's halfway through to his GA already, and Pop 9 is yet to complete his second. I have to imagine when he goes back, he's going to finish his second item. So about half an item to an item in that one for now. On the bot side, it's 45 seconds until the next Drake as Glory roams to that top side. A lot of pings happening there. Drekthar and Taki might have found an angle on Nabard here. Need to be careful, though. They are posturing around this Baron pit as a lot of GAM pings go down on the bot side too, and there it is, Pop 9 picking up that Black Cleaver. That will do some good work into that into that Shen, as well as Florin.
Ooh. Okay, has to be careful. No Ghost available, but did get out. Ragnarok was popped there. That is a cooldown we have to be very careful of. The CC will be real if it comes to it, as a scrap would be brewing yet again. Baron, like you said, is still up. Neither team wants to make that full engage play, but Pop9 and DCG clearing out some good wards. Like, they have got a lot of control, but you can see there's two little wards just towards the back in their jungle. The Baron started up.
Yeah, Real Love DCG do start it up. There's a little bit of vision there. GAM know it's happening, but I imagine it's one of those bait barons, as I like to call them, Pike. It's just to drag you in, force you to commit your resources. As Artemis's poke is doing some real work on Feng. GAM, though, they don't know this baron is happening. DCG, they're hurting them. They're shepherding them away. Deep TP, though.
Yeah, it's looking to come in. They have to back off if they're not careful. Maybe they're looking for the re-engage. It is Kiaya. They've almost got that Mega Gnar stacked up. Does go the pop. They do get that little blast cone over the wall, but they do force them off the Baron, which is really, really good here. GAM, they weren't able to get that control. They didn't pick up the next Ocean Dragon too. So now maybe it's deciding which team's going to pull that trigger. Now looking for a little bit of a re-engage. Tempered Fate. Taunt flash is good. He's gone. Glory picks up Shao C. No chance to go. Now they want a little bit more. There's the True Shot Barrage. It does go forward as well. Spirit Rush looking for the charm. Is just going to miss. But it is just DCG now holding on. They might be looking for the steal here. As GAM, they're looking at the dragon.
GAM do have a 5v4 advantage right now. It is in numbers. DCG, though, they're setting up. They want to pressure them. They want to make GAM pay for this if they can. Drake, less than 50%.
Looking for a lot as they do get the round. Is it going to be enough? Cataclysm off to the side. Looking for the engage. Florin picks up Artemis. The dragon is gone. It is picked up by GAM, but can they do any more as the Realm Warp is used? Florin wasn't able to get through that one, unfortunately. Glory is low. The damage is huge, but it's not enough. Drekthar has everything they need. Look at Florin on the backside, hitting with the charm. No way he survives this one. The shield is good, but one axe will not save you there. Glory coming out ahead. An absolutely running train on Real Love DCG.
Yeah, Florin did run amok in the backlines of GAM there, but GAM come out on top. They get their third Drake. They're now on Soul Point. They're 2k ahead of DCG, the single largest gold lead in the game so far. And here's where it broke out. A missed Tempered Fate, and they punish Shao C. He's dead before the blink of an eye. GAM shepherd DCG down to the Drake pit because that's exactly what they want. Using their numbers advantage, they want to get this third Drake, put themselves on Soul Point. DCG, they're fighting for that mid lane priority here, and they catch Artemis, right? Artemis trying to get a little bit of damage, flagged on but not dragged on, and then Hongshu with that flash, Florin straight onto him. Even the Cataclysm being committed. But the problem there, Pike, is that everyone committed all their ults onto Artemis and they have nothing left for Glory. Glory, just beautiful Qs, beautiful charms through all of them. Florin left alone into the back line as well. He does as much as he possibly can, tries to get a straight.
Back in live. Taki's low. They're in the middle of the pit taking a lot of damage. They have to get over that wall. Florin is going to go forward. Not going to be using the Ragnarok just yet, so they are just holding them back. Good little route. Does send them up flying. Flag is going to go into the Cataclysm off to the side. Enough damage is going to be good. Glory has to go golden. If they don't survive, it could be disastrous. It's a lot of damage. The bouncing grenade finds its mark, and it's a 2 picks for none for DCG. They lost that first fight around the drag. Now they're looking at the Baron.
Yeah, I would argue that losing the Dragon but taking the Baron is exactly what you want as DCG 4v Baron, and the Baron will win that one. And Florin is still just taking a recall down in that mid lane. What was a 2k gold lead over to GAM is now a 500 gold lead back to DCG. Here's where it started, right? We came into this one late because we were too busy talking about the Drake. It's Kiaya. Kiaya gets the ward down. He's trying to control that zone, trying to prevent DCG getting in, but he's chipped down to 50% health before the fight's even begun. Taki caught out on that backside. Suddenly, it's really only 4 champions for GAM with half health there, and DCG have all the control. They catch Drekthar, and then they turn it on to Glory, who's caught out too far up. And then it's easy as you please to shut down both Drekthar and Glory. I liked what DCG did there. They grouped up. They didn't let GAM bully them. And yeah, look at that Rise. He's online, Pike. He's doing the damage.
He's definitely online. It is League of Legends. You cannot play this game without internet. It is a shame, because if I could play it offline, that would be great for my internet bill. But regardless, now they're looking towards this top side, taking this tier 2 with this Baron buff. It's a 1.7k gold lead so far with it. Now they're looking for a little bit more. Is it good enough? Sends 2 back. Taunt is even better. The Tempered Fate keeps them alive. Hongshu needs to be careful. The damage is good, but it's not enough. Artemis able to pick up 1. They're looking for the backline 2. Fang picking up Kiaya. The damage is even good, but now being jumped on. Drakthar needs to be holding in the line. But no, the Stands United keeps it alive. Look at Fang. He's doing it. The birthday boy can't hold on. And look at Florin now looking at the back line side. Taki picked up Fang, and Florin wants more blood, but Glory took out Pop 9 and said, not today, friend. It's time to run, and Taki should survive here, but it's 2 members apiece for each team in that brawl, and it is still DCG that comes out ahead.
Yeah, Real Love DCG extend their lead to 2,000 here. Florin coming out on top. He's walked away from so many of these fights. He's done so much split pushing. I know the Nexus hasn't died, but my eyes are on Florin for player of this particular game here. As we take a look at this top side, it's Kiaya again, advancing on 4 members of DCG. Goes Mega, gets a slow, gets the ult onto 2, which sets him up for glory, but the Tempered Fate. Now, I was watching this Tempered Fate pike. I thought maybe it was actually the death knell for DCG, but it honestly, genuinely worked so well for them. It slowed GAM down. It bought DCG time to position as Taki, trying to escape, gets Fang on the way out, but does go down. And Glory, unfortunately, missed a few of his charms in that fight. I think if 1 or 2 more of those had landed, it would have been a completely different fight. But I'm not saying it was because he was a bad shot. I'm also saying it was because DCG predicted the skill shots. They were able to dodge those skill shots very effectively.
Yeah, so true. And now seeing it the next fight, it is Soul Point here for GAM. They want to pick this up so they get that extra healing online. They want that regeneration in these fights, but it looks like GAM have to be very careful here. One misstep, one player out of position, and they will just get absolutely blown up. Tempered Fate is going to land on 2. Let's see if Florin wants to re-engage off this one. Dragon's been secured. Ragnarok's been hit. Curtain Call goes out, but is the shots going to hit its mark? And they don't even have to. They can walk away with their prize.
Yeah, the follow-up there from DCG just zones GAM away. Just says, yeah, good luck, have fun. Don't even bother trying to turn around. GAM, respect it. Nobody dies, though. So I really think GAM right now has to be happy with that, with how they've been playing so far this game. What was a very slow, quiet start, out until the 23rd, 24th minute, there was only 3 kills. In the last 7 minutes, there's been something like 16 kills, I think it was, Pike, which is quite a lot here. As DCG, they find themselves at 2.5k gold up, 2 minutes to the Baron, 4 minutes to the next Drake of the game, and we're closing in on full builds here. There's several of these champions that are almost done, with Glory picking up some anti-heal there too, Pike.
Look, I like it because you are the Ahri, you're the AoE champion in this game. You sort of are able to get a little bit more off. So I like that the Oblivion Orb's been picked up. You're still going to go for a lot of that magic pen too. So you want to get something like the Void online. It's just going to make your Lich Bane auto attacks just absolutely hammer home. But you can look at the total gold there, and it is actually Fang comfortably ahead. The 3-1 kills, they're looking quite strong. But let's take a little quick look across the map because yes, Florin, 2.2k gold up, is quite comfortable with this lead, looking really, really fierce, but CS is also incredibly even. But then we look in the jungle, it is Pop 9, so just a bit too far behind. 1k gold lead to Drakthar, so Drakthar is getting this really strong momentum in these team fights and able to get these picks, but it's getting harder and harder because you do have Xiaoxi on this Bard, you do have a lot of safety net to keep Fang alive in this backline.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Yeah, Drakthar is up, he's 1k up, he could be the win con for GAM, but it's difficult for them to play around Drakthar, right? I really feel like we've reached a point where Drakthar can go in on the Neferi, no worries, but it's very, very difficult for the rest of the team to go in with him because they melt like butter in the face of this Olaf, Rise, and, dare I say, Jhin. Taki doing work there, though, to try and clear some vision. Vision control is so, so critical for all of you viewers at home. Make sure you are placing your wards. Make sure you are using your Oracle lenses to clear and sweep wards. As a support main, I cannot stress enough how important vision control is, because it gives you information on your opponents, right? You see the junglers coming in before you go into that jungle, so you stay safe. Or you can set up a gank, which is what this vision is all about. GAM, they've got a lot of defensive vision though, because they've lost 5 turrets, whereas DCG, they've only lost 3. So they have much more reach with their visions, and they've started Baron. GAM don't even know.
Yeah, the vision's been so good. It's been in control, and yeah, you can see Tucky's now trying to walk up and make something work as they're trying to secure a little bit of that knowledge back. But Fang's just sitting here, so they're obviously being smart as the flash toward the charm is good. The damage is better. Artemis able to pick it up, but look at the Baron. It's on 3k health. Do you not just commit as Fang picks up Taki on the return fire? Realm Warp is going to go 3. You have to be very careful. It's not going to land. Taki throws out the Gnar, but it's going to be a good flash from Fang as Artemis gets to go a little bit of Mega. And still, Fang picks up 1. He's looking for more. It's another shot. 1 more will do. It just doesn't land, and Glory is going to be able to stay alive just a little while longer. But DCG, they win out the fight. Their back was against the wall, and they like those odds here, Logan.
Cheeky TP there from Glory to get back to that base, and DCG, they just turn back to the Baron. DCG only lost 1 for 3 members of GAM there. You absolutely take that every single day of the week. DCG now up 3.5k gold, and Jin with the 4 items as well. We all know and love Jin with his 4 here in the lore, Pike, but we take a look at this one again. Taki, he's trying to get vision control, as you do as a support. But DCG, they won't let him. Great E-Flash. They get the numbers advantage, but Taki's left to the wolves. DCG collapse and take him out. Ultimates are popped. Glory trying to get something done, trying to charm. But GAM, they kite Florin so well that he's mitigated. But this is what concerns me, Pike. Florin had minimal impact, and GAM still lost this so heavily.
Look, I talked about it at the start of the game. If you are not careful, these champions will come online. Look at that Jin's damage. Is a 4-item Jin, and it's just going to be doing more and more as the game goes on. Remember, their boots do fall away as their quest is completed, and that was done a whole long time ago. So they're going to be picking up even more as they have just hit 5th item. They are looking so stacked right now. 100% crit. They've got the IE. They've got everything they need. They've got the fire cannon. The range is exceptional. It's so hard to deal with Fang right now.
Are they the boots with the fur? Are they looking at her? Or is Fang gonna die? As Realm Warp is used. Yep. As Realm Warp used by Hongshu to escape there. DCG, they are collapsing. I like this pizza pizza slice. He's just going to land every single shot. Again, sometimes like the zone of the curtain calls really, really matters. And there in that wide open space, Fang just nailed it, right? Like GAM just weren't able to get out of the way. They do take that inhibitor turret on the bot side and make good their escape with their second Baron of the game, which feels wild to say. With 1 minute left, they're at 1,700 gold on the Baron power play. They're 5k up. DCG, they're looking pretty good right now, Pike. They're on Soul Point as well, which is kind of crazy because GAM was also on Soul Point and they haven't found a Drake since.
Yeah, look, that's, again, we can keep harping on about it. It's because they've scaled. They're at this point. It's an level 18 rise this game, and they've got 4, almost 5 items. They are looking huge, and you've got to be worried about what this damage is going to look like going forward. Yes, Glory is up. They're 4-1-4, but they're still slightly behind Hongshu. Like, it's a game of inches right now, but really, it's just GAM's struggling to fall into this late game. They can't get the picks like they were hoping to do. Look at that. The damage is just massive. Hongshu taking a lot as the tower is getting chunked quite comfortably. Getting that crystalline growth, the TP, just to join back into this fight. But I think the tower is not long for this world. 2.3k gold. Baron play is looking so good. And I feel like DCG, they can comfortably back off here and say this is fine. The tower in mid was being jumped on as well. Glory wants to go forward, but no, Florin has other stories. Realm Warp was used, but not too much to note, as again, the gold is just exploding further and further, Logan. 5.6k for DCG.
Yeah, they come out with another 500 gold from when we were previously talking about it. Really good play there from DCG. They split push. They sent Florin up the mid lane while the rest of the team went for that top lane. That Baron getting them 2.5k. They got the bottom side inhibitor turret. They got the top side inhibitor turret. So GAM's base starting to look much worse for wear. Whereas you look at DCG's, they still have their top lane tier 1, let alone their top and mid tier 2s. GAM has a lot of work ahead of them if they even want to get close to DCG's Nexus here. And yeah, as we said, like Jin Feng, he's 5.5 items right now. The damage is insane, and I love the pickup of the LDR to cut through that Shen, to cut through that Na as well, who does have that anti-crit item too to try and prevent that. But at some point, right, the damage outscales the defense, and when they're 2.5k up over their opponent, I really think Feng's damage is too big.
That's very true. Fang gets caught out though. See, the barrage does do a lot of work, but Artemis just hasn't really found their way into this game. They're also 4 items deep. They're looking for their 5th, so they're just a little bit too far behind. It is almost a full item behind here, Logan. So I think this is where it's a bit rough for Artemis. They didn't really get the early laning phase they were probably looking for, especially with Taki, who obviously was going to go for walkies and just maybe get out of the lane, but now we're seeing that 5th item. It is being picked up, still pretty far behind, as we'll have to see where they're going to look for their 6th and final item, because Ezreal, as we know, also a very big late game scaling champion. I think Artemis just isn't having their game today for this one.
Yeah, sometimes you can have an off day, or hopefully just an off game. So, like, let's notch it up to, it wasn't so great this time around. But, I mean, you look at him as an individual, right? CS-wise, he's ahead of Feng. He's managed to keep up and over. He is 5 complete items. The only reason, and I say the only, is because Feng has more kills than Artemis, right? Which tells me that it's kind of been the team setup, right? It's not Artemis's fault entirely. I would say that it is GAM combined.
Ooh, Charm has used Tempered Fate for the safety net, but look at Florin on the backside. Megadhar's good. Cataclysm goes forward once again. He's flashing walls looking for more, but look at Chelsea. They're trying to hold on as there is the turn call, but still, it's all this damage. Realm Warp is sending them further and far between. Taki needs to hold on. Flag and Drag is just too good. Relove DCG running this game into the ground. A triple kill for Hongshu. We talked about Glory's Ari being exceptional at EWC, but in the face of Relove DCG, it stands no chance. Relove DCG looking to take game 1 here up against GAM as they are holding the line. They have everything and more to prove, and they're here for a big finish.
Yeah, I mean, this confirms that Pike Relove DCG are better than T1. I mean, they were just able to take it to Glory's Ari. There was nothing that he could do. We were talking about this in the draft. It was like, I don't really like the draft of Relove DCG. It's going to be hard for Florin to get on top of those very, very mobile mid lanes and ADs, but I mean, darn it all, they proved me wrong. Florin found the angles, Florin found the ways. If nothing else, he was insane pressure that GAM just had to respect, and it never felt like they had the answer to him either. Like, obviously with Ragnarok, you go unstoppable. There was that one example of them kiting him out, but then the rest of Relove DCG were there to just take GAM down. It just felt like GAM should have won that on draft, but DCG played it so much better.
Yeah, honestly, big props to Fang. Birthday Boy looking really good. That they came out swinging. They knew it was going to be a slow start. They didn't need to fight all this time. Trust that your supports are going to go impact the map somewhere else. But the fact that they were able to swing the Baron, they were on the Dragon, they were on Soul Point. GAM had Soul Point, and then they were only 1 Dragon deep for Relove DCG, and they swung it to get the Soul. Like, that is craziness too. But still, we look at this game, 18 kills to 11. It was a 40-minute banger. Not too bad. As we get into the highlights here, Logan, and I gotta be thinking, what does GAM need to do going into this next game? Like, what would you like to see cleaned up?
I want to see GAM do exactly what GAM is supposed to do. I want them to be aggressive in the early game. They played DCG's game, and when you play another team's game, they're always going to play it better than you. They tried to be slow. They tried to be methodical, or at the very least, DCG prevented them from being aggressive. But I just don't think DCG did anything that special in the early game. They literally were just patient. They literally just was like, cool, GAM's not being aggressive. We can play exactly the way we want. So to answer your question, to TLDR, GAM, be aggressive. Play for ganks. Like, I don't know, unleash Drakthar, let him make a mistake, but God, he'll get you ahead in the early game.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. But now you've got to put it on the other side. DCG, you talked about the slow, methodical game. They were looking really clean. They didn't need to worry about anything. They were playing their own game the whole time. What can they do in this next game to really push the tempo further? What would you like to see?
I mean, they can do the same thing again. They don't need to make any changes. I would like to see them do the same thing again here, Pike. Like, they played it smart. They frontlined for Feng. That was one of the safest AD carries I've seen in a long, long time. I'm pretty sure he ended the game 6-1, and he only died here in this highlight, and it was to Taki on the Shen on the backside of a convincing teamfight win for DCG. If DCG can put together a similar composition, or at least maintain that calm, safe, methodical, slow play, I reckon they'll have this one in the bag if GAM don't step up.
So true. I think it is that sort of that knowledge of if they just play to a late game comp. Now that does tell us that there's probably some other unique champions they might want to be picking out here, but do you think we'll start seeing some of the spicier picks that we saw from CFO last week, where we get those, the Samir is locked in, maybe get a couple more traditional AD carries coming down into this bot side too? But do you think that these teams have what that takes?
Look, neither of these teams ring to mind when I think spicy picks. I don't think GAM, I don't think DCG. I think they're capable of it. I think their bot side, especially so, could definitely have a spicy pick. But I reckon we'll see very standard drafts, at least for the first 3 games before any shenanigans. And that's more going to be because of Fearless Draft rather than spicy innovations or crazy picks.
No, I couldn't agree more. I'd like to see them pull out something spicy, but who knows? It's really on Fang to pick up something wild and meticulous down in this bot side. Let's just get a Zoe support in there. Why not? Let's just full send it. But guys, stick around. We got more games coming up here at the LCP. It's only game 1 of 5, potentially. So we'll see you in just a sec.
Baron Nashor may be the strongest monster on Summoner's Rift, but he's got nothing on the true boss of League Classic, Runes and Masteries. Runes and Masteries can feel like a lot, but don't worry, we're here to help you get started.
All in good time.
Let's start with Masteries. Masteries have 3 different trees: offense, defense, and utility. You have to spend a certain number of points in a tree to move down to the next tier. The farther down you go, the stronger the bonuses. You'll start with a 10-10-10 Masteries page that aims to do a little bit of everything. But once you unlock the ability to make your own pages, it's best to invest more deeply on a single tree to get the most bonuses. You should probably aim for 21 points in your primary tree and 9 points in your secondary. Now for runes. There are 4 types of runes: red marks, yellow seals, blue glyphs, and golden quintessences. These runes all boost a variety of stats, but if you want to be efficient, you'll want to pick the right type of rune for the right stat. Marks are best at dealing physical damage and magic bend. Seals boost your armor, health, and mana regen, and glyphs are best for ability power, cooldown reduction, and magic resist. Quints are particularly powerful. You only get 3 of them, and the effects they provide can be game-changing. Beyond boosts to typical stats, Quints are also the only way to improve stats like experience gain, and even the amount of time it takes to respawn after you die. But you don't need that last one, right? You got this. This is a lot to take in at once, but don't worry. You'll have some time to figure out what's best for your playstyle. Much like Masteries, you'll start with a basic rune page that you can improve over time. You'll unlock rune slots as you play, and can purchase runes from the shop using IP, so you can get exactly what you need to rule the Rift.
Dusty.
From the heavens, actually a double kick. Itai, the 1v1, Itai comes out on top.
They have to Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the
Các chị hậu hồi xưa nó dễ lắm hơn.
Welcome back to the LCP, where we're here with the Scouts Honor. Wait.
Oh, we can't both be wearing that. Come on. All right, all right.
Well, I'm not changing. I'm not doing it.
I'll change.
Hey. I don't know what sounds Poro make, but something like that. But there we go. Hats confirmed. All you gentle folk out there looking at the LCP, it's game number 2, DCG here, Logan. They looked really good in that first game.
Yeah, they really look like they still want to be the second place team in the LCP because we've said it before, we've said it again, they're a perennial second runner-up behind Team Secret Wales, and if this is how they play for the rest of the BO5 tonight, I have serious concerns for GAM, especially if they don't wake up. It really felt like they were kind of asleep at the wheel, if you will. They were going through the motions, they were on autopilot, and DCG, they were allowed to play their slow, methodical game. They were allowed to just scale and make plays and be the innovative, proactive team. It's not what you want to do. You don't want to give everything over to your opponents, especially when you're trying to be competitive.
It's literally so true, Logan. That is the craziest part, is they had the proactive early team comp that they didn't really do anything with it. That's the crazy part, is they let Relove DCG scale a little bit more. They let them get to 4 items, and then the game was just over. So I'm not sure what the next drafting sort of methodology is going to come out, because we need to see a shakeup. We need to see potentially something with high aggression, maybe like a Wukong Orianna being locked in, maybe throw Drekthar onto a Nocturne. Just get those paranoias everywhere and see what sticks. Because right now, DCG are looking the better team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it'd be kind of silly to say otherwise, as the picks and bans have begun here for our game 2. And Camille, the Lee Sin of supports, banned away. Saw an interesting statistic, actually, about Camille the other day. She is the single #1 most played support in Challenger and Grandmaster ranks. Such is her, oppression, such as her top end impact that she's had in the last kind of patch or two. So really gravitating towards her with that strength, but she will be banned away, which is exactly what you expect. And interestingly, GAM banned Lee Sin, and I think it's good to keep that away from Pop 9, but I would have thought they would have wanted to get that onto Drekthar as well, but they're just not in the position for it in terms of the bans. Oh, what are they gonna do, Pike?
We're going to play League of Legends, Logan. That's the best part, is no matter what, we will get onto the Rift at some point. But now the bans come through, Nocturne being the final one, Rumble definitely being open. It does open up Florin's Cassante, which is always a strong answer to it. Maybe we see something like the Ambessa 2, but I feel like it just hasn't really had that same effect that we've been seeing in previous sort of seasons, or at least potentially splits. I think last 2 splits it was a very high potential, high carry sort of champ. Now it doesn't have that same effect. So we'll have to see what Florin's going to play into the Rumble, because I'm looking at a really strong team fight. I do smell a Wukong for GAM here, because that is such a good champion to go with the Rumble.
One thing that I do like here, though, is that they've picked up the Vi for Pop 9. Vi Pop 9 is like an iconic duo. It's absolutely insane, and if Orianna is locked in, as you've called out, that could be a fantastic ball delivery system. But we've seen Pop 9 basically 1v2 in the early game on this Vi, so she's not a meta pick, she's not a strong jungler right now. In fact, she's one of the weaker junglers, but I really do like this. It shows the power of comfort, it shows the power of confidence on a particular champion, and then Pop 9 there picking up that Yorick for his top laner of Florin. So I'm already really liking DCG's composition. I know we haven't seen much of GAM's, but I like what they're putting together.
Yeah, I do as well. I think you could go the Orianna here, like they've left it open. It makes a lot of sense. And you pair it with something like I said, the Wukong, even looking at like a Pantheon even, could be really good paired up with this. Xin is literally, as I was about to say it, locked in here for the side of GAM. I really like this combo we've sort of got laid out, because you do have a lot of safety with the Xin, a lot of skirmishing power, but you do have a phenomenal shockwave that can keep these fights going on. But there's Locke, the champion we've been all really enjoying on the Rift, because new player, new champion coming out, it's always so interesting to see how it plays, especially in a pro scene.
It'll be quite interesting to see how this Orianna and Xin Zhao want to work together, as we do see that new champion locked in for Hongshu of DCG, because the Shockwave wants to pull everyone in, and Xin Zhao's Crescent Guard wants to repel everyone. So timing is going to be critical here for both of these players. You obviously want to put the ball on to Xin Zhao, you want to Shockwave, then Crescent Guard, and you want to Crescent Guard them back into the waiting clutches of the rest of GAM. Whether they can pull that off though or not is another thing that remains to be seen. And I mean, Rumble with the equalizer will definitely kind of help that AoE spread, if you will, because so far GAM, they have the bigger circles.
Oh, look, nothing wrong with a bit of circle theory. You know, Blue Panda, love to talk about that one back in the old days. But still, we've got to see what the next champion is going to be locked in, because it is just the bot lanes left open. And I like the Victor respect ban here, because we know Fang has played this Victor before. It can be very high impact, especially when you already have a lot of AD damage on the Vi and the Yorick too. And with the lock being picked up, it means you could go an AP carry in this bot side as well. But now we're seeing the Lucian and Xayah banned out, which tells me that they are more scared of Artemis than they are of Taki. Big point in question here though, GAM, they need a meaty front line to sort of give the space available, and I think Alistar or Nautilus is a big pick here.
Yeah, I think Alistar or Nautilus on that bot side could do the trick. Obviously, Rumble, not your traditional tank, but they've also got Xinzia, who does have that Crescent Guard, who is that Bruiser sustain build with that Sundered Sky as well. I would really like to see them pick up maybe that Alistar to simply repel Lock, repel Vi. I like the ban on that Xayah to guarantee that Vi will land on whatever champion that Artemis does end up going with. I like the Seraphine ban as well. Obviously, GAM have a much shorter range composition, more liable to be encored in a massive group here. There is the Nautilus you were talking, and there's the Alistar as well. Pike, you're picking both drafts here, so why don't you tell us what the last pick is going to be for DCG?
Look, Zeri's maybe not my first call in regards to this. Like, you could go something like a Yanara. Varus is definitely possible. Like, okay, Kai'Sa, I was going to say, looking for a dive as well, especially with the Vi being able to get that cease and desist. Kai'Sa's definitely going to be a big high impact player. You could go for something a little bit spicy, like a Caitlyn too. Corki is always an option, but the Kai'Sa is the ultimate pick there. And you know what? I really like DCG's comp. It's looking real fine.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just a big fan of Kai'Sa generally. I know she's not like the most overwhelming, the most strongest, the most auto pick AD carry, but I'm just such a fan of her playstyle. You build up your stacks, you dive from a million miles away, and then you blast opponents off the rift in like a cataclysm, a storm of void shots. So I like that pick just generally, but looking at the composition here, DCG, they've got a decent front line. They've got Yorick, Nautilus, and Locke will be a frontline threat. Not that he can take much damage himself, though he can juggle that grey bar. Vi with that engage. So a lot of this is going to rest on Feng. He needs to be doing a lot of damage, positioning fantastically, and that Lock too. So they've got a nice spread of the AD and the AP damage for DCG.
Yeah, I totally agree. Even with Kai'Sa, you do usually go like that slight hybrid build. You go something like the Kraken early into the Ginsus, then onto like a Nash's Tooth, so you unlock your full build. So I'm excited to see that because TK's face just right there. Don't mind that whatsoever. But still, I think it's going to be an interesting one. I think if Kai'Sa can get to these 3 items nice and early, not necessarily with kills, but with no deaths, I think that's the key thing here, is once the game gets to that 3-item spike, Fang is going to be feeling really good. However, it is also a Sivir for Artemis here, Logan. That is a big thing of note, because if the Sivir gets 4, maybe 5 items, yeah, these team fights are going to be a little bit rough.
Yeah, but that's the end game, right? Like, if you end before the end game, you don't have to worry about it. And the one thing I do like about TK's face being in the audience is TK himself, he's still in France. He's over there putting Vietnam on the map with esports. So, you know, he's a busy man. He needs to be in multiple places at once, and that is how you do it. As Glory is letting down the team. No skin for his Orianna. Please, Glory. He just went from, right, the beauty, the style that is the T1 Immortal Ahri skin to the base Orianna skin? Like, come on.
Glory's just trying to be Faker. That's what I'm seeing right here. Like, fair enough, though. Faker's the GOAT. But, okay, Hongshu, you can just chill out a little bit there, my guy. We know Glory's going to have a bit of a rough time into this lane, but you don't need to bully him this hard, this early. But this is also the power of the Lock. You can just walk up level 1. You're not really waiting for all too much. Hasn't even popped a potion just yet. Waiting for that level 2, because now you can walk up again. Most likely waiting for these electrocute sort of procs to come back online.
I really do think it's fascinating, though, that Locke kind of bucks the trend of the ranged versus melee matchup, as DCG do get level 2 first, but GAM very quickly behind. And back to Locke, he bucks that trend, right? Typically a ranged champion is going to have an... Oh my god, the hook.
That was beautiful. As Taki able to get a little bit more back onto it, as Fang has to be very careful. Very low flashes go forward. Great stun is there. One more hit will do it. Xiaoxi wants to hold on. He gets first blood and Fang survives on a slither of HP, and it's a disaster for GAM.
Yeah, that is not what you want to do. That hook was absolutely phenomenal. The dredge line, couldn't have done it better myself, mate, just as a support main. Let's have a look. Okay, there's literally nothing in the way here. Xiaoxi just, that was an easy as you please hook. Like, actually, now that I look at that again, it just looked beautiful, and, you know, let's give him the credit, but there's the flash committed by Artemis, and the passive coming through from Xiaoxi's auto attacks locks him down straight after the flash. So they get everything out of Artemis. Quite frankly, a disaster pike. First blood, though, did go over to Xiaoxi, so not the best result for DCG, putting that much gold in the pocket of your Nautilus, but he will get tankier a little bit quicker.
Look, and that's a big part of this, right, is these tanks in the bot lane, in the support role, are the linchpin of these fights. Kai'Sa's not starting a fight. Sivir will never start a fight. So you really are wanting to see which tank can sort of tick off faster earlier. And for a Nautilus, regardless, that is going to be exceptionally good for Relove DCG. Is another hook is going to go through, but I don't think these AD carries really want to do all that much. But see the difference, right? Xiaoxi's happy to take that. They're a level down and still taking these big trades, and actually came up with the goods. So this is definitely an interesting one as Pop9 in the wings.
Yeah, I really do like this tanky bot side that we've got here as Pop9. As you say, great spell shield coming out. Artemis, those reflexes, keeping him safe here. But on the top side, we do see Drakthar is farming up a storm. Basically identical items to Pop9, though does have that pink ward, so very, very helpful for that extra vision control. Kiaya has the top wave pushed all the way in, and both of our mid laners just farming up. The first Drake of the game, 50 seconds away before I expect we'll see any kind of tussle, but it'll probably just be for priority. I don't think we'll get any kills because Pyke, yeah, GAM are very aggressive very early traditionally, but DCG are just grinding them to a halt. They're slowing them down. It's like GAM just can't find a way in right now.
Yeah, it's how do you deal with an unstoppable force? You find an immovable object, and it feels like Relove DCG might be that unmovable object, because once they hit that wall, I think the wall hits them back.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what physics says, right? When you apply a force, that force is applied back to you in equal amounts, right? So it's like when you push on the Earth, you are actually both pushing against one another equally. It's just physics, so it's very, very true. As we do see them take... Yeah?
Are you saying that when I do a push-up, I'm actually pushing the Earth?
Yeah, you're pushing the Earth down, but the Earth is pushing back up against you. It's physics.
You know what? I don't like that. The Earth should know its place. You should be careful. I'm coming for it.
That's why you do all your handstand push-ups.
Look, someone's going to do them. Yeah, I've got to get extra weight down to really tell the Earth what's good. But no, Dragon's up. It is going to be the first cam of the game, so not going to be the soul that everyone loves to see. But still, we're getting close to level 6s. We got top lane level 6s. Mids are comfortable, but we're waiting for these bot lanes and the junglers to get there. Remember, this scuttle here should be the definer for who gets 6 first. So it looks like Drakthar is going to get the priority. It is going to be picked up, so they can look for a big engage. Pop9 doesn't have 6. The cease assist is not there. Hook does get them out. Xiaoxi needs to hold on. There's the wind becomes lightning. Is it going to be enough? As they are just trying to tank this up. I think Xiaoxi's just dead. Isn't going to be able to hand it over to Artemis, not even get the assist, but Glory happy to pick that one up, and 1-for-1 as the score line holds. It's not too bad.
Yeah, but look at how long it took Xiaoxi to die there, and I do think that is virtue of that first blood, getting that belt as well, getting that extra hit points, meaning that they had to apply so much more damage, spend so much more time on him. It bought DCG time and space elsewhere on the Rift, and ultimately nothing comes of it, right? The Drake is up, it's warded by GAM, but Xiaoxi's already coming back out onto the Rift here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Glory doesn't have that much mana to speak of. with a cannon pushing in. Obviously going to try and stay and pick this one up, but with that scuttle being picked up over the dragon, Pop9 probably doesn't really want to prioritize dragon this early on, especially with Void Grubs up in 1 minute.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about as well, right? Is that early split 3, we saw a shift in jungle patterns. A lot of the times junglers would rush the dragon and then try and work their way up to the grubs because, you know, greedy junglers, they want every single objective. But in the early weeks, we saw a dynamic shift, right? It was wait, force both objectives to be up at the same time. That way you guarantee your team won and your opponent's won. It was arguably like they were hedging their bets. Whereas now on DCG, they're going for this first Drake of the game. It is a Chem Tech Drake as well, so nice little bit of damage resistance there, and it will be uncontested, but pings are coming down on the grubs from red side. So I expect GAM to be making moves to those grubs ASAP, knowing that that Drake is gone.
Yeah, now you can see the vision's going to be coming in through Hongshu. Obviously, basing vision, and now they're sort of picking like, oh, dude, there's no Raptors up, so the top side's already been cleared out. Grubs are up in 6, and I think we're seeing a beeline there from Drakthar, trying to get to these grubs as soon as possible.
Yeah, he did take that recall as soon as that Drake notification went out across the rift. He's like, right, I must buy now so that I have as much item advantage as possible for this grub fight. But Relove DCG, they're in the area, they're pinging it down, and there's only 4 members of GAM around, but DCG, they have the advantage, they have the vision control, they will see GAM coming in, and this isn't good.
Yeah, no, it's not ideal. Hongshu being very aggressive, just trying to push Taki out of this lane. Fang's going to be able to pick up this mid wave, but 1 grub's already gone over. If they can pick up 2, this is great. It's Pop9 in control of the jungle. They might just have to give over the 1, so not going to get the full 3 grubs here, but a really nice pickup. It's DCG. They said, you know what, we saw you guys trying to play aggressive. We'll show you how it's done.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not the Drakthar that I'm used to seeing, right? I know that this time it's a champion. Xin Zhao is not that hyper-aggressive early jungler. He can scrap, he can, you know, skirmish, but he's not a Lee Sin, he's not a Neferi. But the fact that he's still having minimal impact, the fact that both of these junglers, they haven't really left their jungles except for these major objectives, it's telling me that GAM is caught in DCG's trap. They're just playing that slow game, and Fang's loving it. He's ahead 10 CS over Artemis. He's eked out a small gold lead there, and right now, gold is even across the rift. So GAM has to do something. GAM has to get explosive. They have to get crazy with it. They have to get GAM with it.
You know what? That's a really cool saying, and we should definitely use that in some form of GAM promotion, if I'm going to be honest. But still, what I want to look at, and you talked about it, what you pointed out is Fang in this bot lane, right? And I want to talk about them again because you look at the cull that both of these members have. It is, right now, Artemis sitting with a 48 cull, so they're just over halfway. But now we're seeing engage, but now, if we turn our attention to Fang, they're on 16. They have just been mincing away at it. They got it nice and early off that early scuttle, little fight that they had in the bot lane, and now they've been stacking this on, so the gold injection is going to be really, really good here for Fang, where they might be able to even finish up that Kraken, which is going to put the damage on the board. Remember, there's a lot of tankiness going on in this game. You have to get through this Alistar. You have to get through a Xin Zhao. There's going to be a lot of shields, and I think Fang is in a really good spot to be able to do this nice and early, which is what we talked about, how you get online.
Yeah, exactly. And I like the draft that DCG have for themselves. There's a little bit of scuffling from Kiaya and Florin there. Nice bit of damage from Kiaya as well, as he has his completed item there, whereas Florin does not yet. He is 15 CS up. Feng on a ward, okay. Good work there by the observers. I'm like, was he taking a recall and then he forgot and wasn't looking? But it worked out as Pop9 will be spotted out here. However, Drakthar may not be spotted out here and will take that recall. Was just patiently waiting, and we take a look across the rift as well. Vision control, GAM, they're on all the jungle objectives here too, Pike.
Yeah, look, and that's so good. Like, GAM need to have this strong control. They need to keep this vision alive. If they can track out Pop9, they can maybe get an inkling, as we're seeing some items being completed across the board as well. We did just see Drakthar back and get that Sundered Sky. We've also got Glory finishing off the Rod of Ages, so waiting for the scaling to really tick on, whereas we haven't seen anything from Hongshu just yet. They're a little bit down in that gold as they did lose out, and they are a kill down over Glory. But now we're seeing the aggression that you asked for here, Logan. It is GAM as Drakthar looking to come in, needs some chickens, and going to feed the family, because this is the best way to do it. Look for these small objectives of farm. You can start to snowball from there.
You know what? I know what I'm doing after this. I'm going to go out for some late KFC. You put it in my head now. I need to get the chicken bit.
You're welcome.
Another item that was also completed, thank you, is the Kraken Slayer of Feng, actually. That's one of the first items that classes should always be building, is that Kraken Slayer. It's accelerated. Artemis isn't even... You know, he hasn't got his first item either. And one thing that we didn't address is the summoners, right? So Feng has Cleanse. And I like this Cleanse because it's going to prevent a lot of what Taki's trying to do. It gives him that safety. However, counter to that, Taki has Exhaust, right? So he's going to be able to slow Feng down. However, when you start to evolve that E on the Kai'Sa, I'm fairly certain she goes invisible, question mark?
Yes.
Yeah, which prevents a lot of the use of that exhaust too. So I think it's a great pick. I like the summoners, and I look forward to the team fights because the Shield of the Solari was just picked up by Taki.
Well, you asked for a team fight, and they are here to deliver. As here is Xiaoxi taken to low, half health. Glory wants to jump into this one too. It is the Nautilus being hit with the Wind Comes Lightning. Drakthar did pick them up. Now they can turn their sights to the Dragon, but it is still going to be contested most likely. You have to be careful because look at where Pop9 is. They're waiting in the wings. They're looking for something. They know Artemis and Taki are up here, so they're going to have to look for this rotation. They are starting to make their way over. Pop9 does have the cease and desist. Hongshu is got a lot of damage. Purgatory is available. Let's see if they're going to be able to use it. Flashes over the wall. Has to be so careful. Dragon is low. I think it is going to be GAM picking this one up. It is going to be secured. Nice pick up there for this team.
Yeah, it was a really good macro play out of GAM, actually. The timing of that dive onto Xiaoxi, punishing him being out of position, was phenomenal because it was as that Drake was on the bot side of the Rift. It got them priority, it got them that tempo, and it just followed up and picked up the Drake. So, wham bam, thank you, man. 400 gold lead to GAM, 2-1 in kills. They only have 1 grub to 2 and are yet to complete all 5 of their role quests because Taki has been an absolute roaming Menace here, Pike, and you do love to see it, but the problem, and the problem is so obvious, is Feng. He's got he had the single largest gold lead of 1,000 in that bot side. They really need to keep track of him.
They do, absolutely. What's a Menace?
It's Menace.
Spanish?
Nah.
Ah. I thought it was something Spanish. I was just like, oh, go on to CB LOL. I love it. See what's going on.
Yeah.
But okay, you know what? Menaces or else. You don't know what's going to happen here in the LCP because we'll have to see, as you're right, items are really now completed on the board. We're starting to see some rotations around the map. We're putting up Hongshu into this top side, being a real Menace. And then we're going to have to see as Kiaya just picking up that Leandre's. Not too bad as might be looking for a little bit of a fight. Those rockets are starting to hurt.
Yeah, and that's what you want them to do. You want them to hurt. You want to be the largest damage dealer, as we do see that Xiaoxi's also picked up that belt. I want to call that like the belt of survivability, the belt of go in and you are able to come back out. But I also want to point out a whole levels difference between Drakthar and Pop9 in that jungle. So once again, Drakthar is, you know, the better jungler. He's up in CS, he's up in gold, he's up in experience. So whether he can apply that across the Rift, whether he can bring some advantage to GAM is what remains to be seen, right? Because we saw in game 1, there just wasn't much playmaking, there wasn't much proactivity, but he's doing better this game.
Yeah, looking for a little bit more as the Wind Becomes Lightning. TP is now coming in. Taki has decided to go straight back onto Pop9, and Artemis is there to clean up the kill. There was a flash out of there too, actually. It was Fang who had to be careful of the shockwave, but still, a lot of ultimates burn, a lot of summoners. It is GAM picking up the Rift Herald. They are now a 1.6k gold lead over the top of Relove DCG.
Yeah, this is where you want to be as GAM. You want to be accelerating that gold lead. Last game at 22 minutes, I think it was 5 kills. Here at 16, we're at 4. So closing in on that bloodthirsty game 1 as we take a replay. Xiaoxi caught out kind of again on the side. Drakthar used him as the engage tool. A great depth charge, knocks up 2, but it doesn't get Artemis, and he is the damage dealer for GAM. And that early ultimate too on the hunt just provided a lot of value. And one thing I'm noticing is that last week, Artemis on this Sivir, he really whiffed a lot of his ultimates, whereas this week, he's getting a lot more value out of them. They're very much benefiting the team a lot as well.
Hongshu just getting blown to oblivion. Nothing you did. A little bit of an overstep there. But still, it is a big successful play. Drakthar is up here. Does have the Rift Herald, so they might look for a secondary push because one good pick here would result in a little bit more. But Fang off in the wing. Xiaoxi also walking up. Obviously just to be a little bit of a menage. See if they can do something here.
You're welcome. I will accept a Parmigiana for every time you decide to use the word Menache. As GAM, though, they are pressing their lead. It is 4-1. 50 seconds till the 3rd Drake of the game. Nice little bit of poke there to try and get through that vision, because fun fact with those Void Seekers, you actually get a teensy tiny little bit of vision with it as well. So that's a very small, much less useful, hawk shot like Ashe does, but it's still something.
Yeah. I love a good Void Seeker, especially when you get it evolved. Obviously, we're starting to see the Ginsus slowly come online. Usually the biggest thing, especially when you are at Kaiser and you're waiting for those good, is getting a pickaxe early. So with that Kraken and the pickaxe, you're getting very, very close. If not at all, you're picking up the evolved Q. So the Acanthian Rain really needs to lock down here, and you get extra damage on it. You can do a lot more to the team. But we need to see that priority of giving space to Fang and getting them into the right spot. You said it at the start of the game here. As long as Fang can be in an open space and deal the damage they need to, they will be an absolute menace. But something we have to note is Artemis is being given a lot of free space too. If they can just farm up, they've picked up their first item on their way to their second. Looks like they're going for that IE. And look, okay, Pop9's just taken out of the fight. Dragon's just gone after probably a small overstep.
Yeah, that Yuntal arrow coming through for Artemis, as you say. And yeah, Pop9 sent packing as Drakthar is on that Drake. Florin trading heavily into Kiaya on this top side. Bit scary when Yorick is running a Rumble down. Does have that completed Triforce and those Merc Treads, so able to mitigate a little bit of that Leandri's damage from Kiaya. Again, Rumble not a real tank per se to all your viewers at home. And Florin, fancies his chances, takes a few turret shots. But there's 2 massive gold leads that are bigger than Fang's. We've been focusing a lot on Fang as he just completes his second item, but Glory and Drakthar, each with about 1,000 gold over their counterparts, are having great games here, right? Glory, 2 items, has the Proto Belt, has the Rod of Ages. Drakthar, the Cleaver and the Sundered Sky, so has the damage, has the sustain. I'll be really looking for Drakthar on this Inzao to be making these plays, to be frontlining, because now he has the tools to do it.
You say meow, he does, because now we're looking for it as a good flash from Kiaya. Pop9 is tanking up this hill too much. Kiaya able to get the 2v1 here, and the failed dive just wasn't it for Relove DCG.
Frankly, that wasn't even close. I questioned the decision. They just gave over a free kill, to be brutally honest. Kiaya saw them coming. Hongshu stepped up, took a turret shot, and then Pop9 went in and ate every single turret shot, giving a kill over to Kiaya. He played that well, and DCG just didn't play it well at all, as the Rift Herald has been summoned up in this mid lane. GAM will take the first turret of this game too, which unfortunately they weren't able to do in game 1, but Taki, is he a Drift King? Will he get this one done?
Let's go, DK. You got this one. This is an easy turn. We learned this back in driving school. You take this clean and simple.
Hey!
There we go. Easy charges land. A double charge. They took a tier 1 up at the top side too, so Kiaya getting a little bit of priority, but let's watch the replay here of this failed dive, Logan.
Yeah, I mean, there was just no wave. Like, Pop9 was just eating the turret shots on his way in, through, and back out. Kiaya just, like, because he cleared the wave. So I really think they should have called that off so much earlier. The moment that we saw that there was no wave, Pop9 ate everything. And GAM, they just took first tower, and suddenly they've got 3. They've got every single outer turret here, so they are putting their foot to the floor. 5.5k gold lead. Baron on the Rift. 2.5 minutes until the 4th Drake of the game. It will be an Infernal Soul as well, which Artemis would absolutely love.
Yeah, no, that extra damage is going to be so big, but we'll have to see. Is they're probably going to look to get some vision here, but as long as there's a bit of safety, they could look for the pick, but instead they do decide to show themselves and walk out. Those towers down. Okay, wind becomes lightning. Drakthar is looking for this fight. Shousey is low, has to hook away. Cease and desist is onto the backside, but it's not going to be enough. You're caught in the middle of 4 members. Artemis likes those odds and is able to get the damage off. Fang, Killer Instincts forward, right into death. The grey screen has been calling. I don't know what's happened. Relove DCG, you are just fumbling at the finish line, and it is just Shousey left alone with a triple kill going over to Artemis. What is going on, Logan?
Yeah, I mean, what's happening is DCG are down 7.5k gold. They're down 1 kill to 9. They're down in hands right now as well, Pike, because that was an absolute shellacking. It just looked like they forgot how to fight for a minute there. Fang diving the backline, overconfident, over-aggressively into the face of multiple members of GAM as we take another look. And it starts here, Shousey not having the best game, I dare say, Pike. He's now been caught out several times, much to his own detriment. Fang gets some damage, knows there's 3 members in the back, goes in. GAM instantly annihilate Fang. I have to question that decision. You saw 3 healthy members of GAM. Obviously, you wanted to try and go maybe a 1-for-1, but it just did not work out. Great ult timing from Artemis there too. They got maximum uptime on that Sivir ult, which is not what you want. And look at the damage to boot. Artemis on a tear, Navori Flicker Blades, Infinity Edge, Yuntal Arrow, and halfway to his 4th item. This is 5 Baron-empowered members of GAM sieging DCG's base.
And there's not really much you can do about it. You're still only like level 13. Shousey's level 9. Like, you cannot stop them from walking in and taking everything. As a good hook's going to go in, but Shousey, I'm sorry, I think you might just be going down for your troubles as they still get picked up. Kiaya burns him to a crisp. Fang on the backside. It's a triple kill for Kiaya. Might be looking for more, and it is just so much to deal with. They had a bit of a rough game, looking for the Quadra. Glory steals away the Quadra kill, and still they have the Baron. It's 24.5 minutes in with a 12.2k gold lead here.
They could end it here.
Game number 1 was looking so rough, but it does not matter. They will run it back in game number 2 and take us to a 1-1 scoreline after flicking on the lights and saying, guys, why were we playing blind in the first game? Let's clean this series up.
24 minutes, 47 seconds later. That's nearly a clear 8 minutes faster than the average game in the LCP. It's only 2 minutes shy of our fastest game in the LCP this split. I mean, I thought GAM was kind of in game 1, but this time DCG, did they even turn up to play? It just, GAM ran this one once they got that lead. It was good to see them do a 180, all right? It was good to see them come back into it. But I expect DCG will have answers in Game 3, right? They're not a pushover. Neither of these teams are pushovers. They will have answers, and they're going to be reviewing, and they're going to be breaking down this Game 2, what went wrong, how and where, and what can we do to fix it.
Yeah, well, we know the Rumble's damage is a little bit of a farce. That's a little bit of a fake stat, you know? Like, that's always padded a little bit. So you're going to put that down to about a 12k, I would say. That's where we're going to be sitting at, really. Still, look at the mid lane. Look at the bot lane. Like, DCG, they just had no answers whatsoever. And it was just GAM. This time they said, guys, let's just play it a little bit slower. They had the early kills. They were able to get a little bit of a snowball. And you're right, I think it was just on Shousey. It was on Pop9, just going a little bit too far into the enemy team, into GAM. That sort of disrupted their gameplay. Pop9 looked lost.
Yeah, I mean, Pop9 looking lost sums it up very, very nicely. But not only Pop9, but I also want to shout out to his detriment, Xiaoxi on this Nautilus. He did get a couple of great hooks, but honestly, Xiaoxi was caught too many times, right? He was caught before DCG were ready to start these fights. As we do take a look at this example, Drakthar uses Xiaoxi as a gap closer before turning on to Pop9, who had already taken 50% of his health after Taki and Artemis had found him. Here, this was another questionable play from Pop9. He flashes, but he's still under that turret and just eats the turret for lunch. Glory followed up, but didn't need to. Xiaoxi again walking up into the face of 4 members of GAM. You lose half your health bar, suddenly it's a 2v4 and very heavily GAM favored. It feels like a game of questionable decisions.
Look, I could understand where they were going in this one particular fight here. I understand what the thought process was, is if we can get onto Artemis, if we can take out this Sivir, the team fight becomes so much more manageable. But they just couldn't. There was nothing they could get through. The front line was too strong. Everyone was just that bit more fed. And Kiai just became a melter by the end. So I understand it was just a bit of a tall order for DCG in this game too. But you know what, Logan? It just means we get 4 games minimum, yeah. But still, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to go on a short break, and we're going to come back for game number 3. DCG, you got to turn the lights back on again, but GAM, you're coming back strong. We'll have to see what's going to happen. Stay tuned.
This is Amumu. Amumu couldn't figure out what items to buy, so he left his base without them. This is widely regarded as a bad move.
Inevitably.
The Rift is a dangerous place when you're unprepared, so you'll need to stock up on the strongest items Runeterra has to offer. Here's what you should keep in mind when perusing the shopkeeper's wares. If you're heading to the jungle, you'll need to buy the Hunter's Machete and some health potions to survive your first clear. Most other champions do well with some boots of speed and health potions to get right into the action. Just remember that you only need 1 boot item for your build. I know you want to go fast, but you don't get extra movement speed after your first set. So pick the style of boot that works best for you and stick with it.
Okay.
When buying items, start with what your champion wants to do most. Dealing tons of attack damage, go for Trinity Force or Infinity Edge. Casting powerful magical abilities, Deathfire Grasp and Rod of Ages have you covered. Trying to become an unkillable tank? Sunfire Cape has the health you're looking for. And if you're a jungler, you should probably upgrade your Hunter's Machete into Spirit Stone or a Madrid's item. If you're a support, your budget's going to be pretty tight, so it's important to make the most of each purchase. Items like Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone give you extra gold generation, which can make up for all that farm you definitely aren't taking. You'll also want to get items like Sightstone that give you a pool of wards to use instead of having to buy each one individually. Once you've finished building your first item, start thinking about what the enemy team does well and what you need to counter it. For example, Banshee's Veil gives you a spell shield that fully blocks the next enemy ability, making it a perfect answer to champions like Annie who thrive on burst damage. Once you've finished your responsible shopping, feel free to check out some more creative purchases. Niche items like Banner of Command could catch your opponents off guard and shift the game in your favor. You never know until you try, so get out there, experiment, and find the perfect build for your champion and playstyle.
A clever fox is never caught.
But here we go, Dustin.
Itai, the 1v1, Itai comes out on top. They have to. Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the
chào我是那姐那个。
Welcome back to the LCP, where hats are what we love to wear. Funnily enough, I couldn't wear my Teemo hat again. I was like, I'm going to change it up and I'm going to just swap over to a whole nother industry. But you know what? That's fine, Logan, because we got a Game 3 coming up and we're about to set sail.
One day they'll draft Teemo, I swear. MVK, they will be the ones who will bring Teemo to the Rift for the LCP. And yeah, as you said, we find ourselves in Game 3, or coming in to Game 3 after two very, very different games. Game 1, DCG, it was slow, they snowballed, they took it, and then Game 2, they 180'd it. It was GAM who... It wasn't an overly aggressive first kind of 10-15 minutes, but GAM basically won a team fight and ended the game?
Yeah, no, I kind of expected. I'm not going to lie, like the draft was always looking good. I think DCG, I said it just at the end of the last game, they looked lost, man. Like I just don't know what they were trying to do or where they were trying to go. Every time they went up for a fight, they didn't know who to engage on, or if they knew, everyone was filtering in one at a time. So it's just like so hard to see a team that did so well Game 1 come back in Game 2 and just not know what to do. So we're going to have to see a bit of a different draft. Luckily it's fearless, so we can't play the same thing yet again. Logan, so that definitely makes our job a little bit easier, but are there any picks you think we need to see unleashed on the Rift here?
Nocturne. It won't. It'll get banned, but Nocturne.
Yeah.
I love that champion. I love it in the hands of all of our junglers. I really think that pretty much every jungler here in the LCP can put it to great effect, you know? Like the paranoias just shutting the lights out to disrupt fights or make players go for engages. But I think the problem with Nocturne as well is that you need a very proactive team. You need a very supportive team who are roaming, who are applying very, very deep vision. And Bard's gone, right? Bard is one of the best at pairing with that Nocturne. That said, Camille is still up. If she doesn't get banned away, she could potentially provide that vision control as well. So, long answer short, Nocturne.
Yeah. I think there's one champion we're sort of forgetting is like a very meta champion that always does incredibly well, Jace. I think Jace is a high priority pick here. You're going to be able to get that strong control because there's no Gnar to really sort of deal with it now. It's already been taken out, so Jace being a little bit more priority because you can hit people from afar. You're going to be poking people out. Your damage is always somewhat relevant. Get a Serpent's Fang. Any tank with a shield on the enemy team is just going to be nullified. So I think Jace is going to be a high priority pick here, if not banned. In saying that, if there is a Nocturne picked up, Logan, Pantheon.
Yes, Pantheon is also a champion. Yes. That is another champion in the jungle. Yeah, that could be picked up. Yes. However, we do see Akali banned away in that mid lane, and Lee Sin and the Lee Sin of supports, Camille, banned away. And Camille was that one we were talking about, right? There, you could get to roam if you were able to pick up that Nocturne, apply that deep vision very, very safely, allowing you to get these ganks, allowing you to advance and get behind enemy lines, if you will. But I do fully expect Nocturne to be banned. There it is, away. I just don't think we're going to see Nocturne hit the Rift. Another one will be Poppy. I think Poppy will be banned away as well. Interestingly though, Poppy is going to get a little bit of a nerf, or not so much a nerf, but like a change in stats. Riot has said that she's gone too far into the sort of fighter skirmisher style, and they really want to pull her back into the tank style. So they're going to be reducing her damage against champions. They're going to be increasing her damage against jungle monsters. They're going to be increasing her health and armor, but decreasing like her scaling AD. So I look forward to that and seeing how she changes. Oh, as Poppy has made it through.
Yeah, Poppy making it through means they do rise in that priority, but it's not like a first pick sort of champion. Yes, it's a flex, but there's the Cass that also made it through. That is a flex champion here, Logan, being able to put that in the AP carry role with Artemis or put it in the hands of Glory. And I think Glory might just be a little bit better with it. I think that's the flavor of the month. Is Glory loves these mages and loves to do high DPS damage on these mages too. So I'm excited to see if it is going to go to the mid lane, but what do you answer it with? Like you need something that's going to do good. You know what? I called it. There's the Jace.
Yeah, I mean, Jace is the pickup. I don't know how I feel about Jace personally. I do know that I love a Syndra pickup. Syndra very, very strong in the mid and the bot lane. Getting that ranged stun, so much value coming out of that as well if you do not avoid it. Great team fighting mage, very, very bursty, obviously. And there is that Pantheon that you so smoothly dropped in conversation that I was able to pick up seamlessly off the back of our Nocturne Pantheon chat.
Chill as. I am very subtle when it comes to mentioning champions that I know are going to make it into this draft. And same with Cassante now being picked up here in this top side. So I like this, especially into the Jace. It's going to be a bit of a rougher matchup for Florin because you need to be doing a lot of damage early, but Cassante's cool to scrap. He wants to get in there and do a little bit of damage. So you can go into the melee versus melee, but Jace obviously wants to sit back in that ranged form and just be a bit of a menace. But now the Trundle makes a lot of sense here because the second this Cassante goes all out, you get all of those stat debuffs and you just start to win out in these fights too. So I really like this Trundle pickup. It's going to be great when those Rift Herald fights come along. Great drafting here from DCG so far.
I think you said great about 5 times in 10 words, and I really think that's great for you, Pike. I really love the use of that word because it is great.
Excellent.
Trundle, unironically though, has been rising in priority as an answer to these oppressive top laners, right? Everybody knows how hard it can be to crack the chestnut that is a Cassante, and Trundle has been sitting there in everyone's faces this entire time, and he's only just sort of started to be picked up. That said, I like the bans coming through now, which is Seraphine and Ziggs, because they're trying to prevent this bot side mage matchup. They want to keep it to traditional AD carries in that bot lane. And how do you do that? You ban away the potential mages and supports that go in that bot lane, because Seraphine, People go, oh, Seraphine, she's support. No. Seraphine was originally designed as a mid laner, and then she moved to the bot side as a like APC, and then she was relegated to support. But even this split, she was used as an APC Pyke. So like, it's a great ban. It's a double ban.
Look, it really is, and I think it's such a strong pick too. The Varus hover tells me that is going to be a Syndra mid. So I do like this Varus pickup here. I think it's going to be very high impact when you do need to get in on this team. You do have the Scatter of the Weak into a pillar. You can deal damage from afar, but with it open, Misfortune with a Rel is always an option.
Yeah, I really do like that, actually. Being able to team fight that Magnet Storm will stop a lot of what Relove DCG want to do. Jace able to poke from very, very long distances, though, so may not necessarily care here. And with MF being able to hide behind Pantheon, behind Rel, behind Cassante, I like this very simple, very back-to-front draft that GAM has put themselves for. And it's a Pyke, not a Rel. All right. Taki, show us what you've got.
Look, I'm cool with this because now you can just pick the Rel here for Shao C. Like, if you hook that Rel, they're going to jump on your head anyway. So I like this, but Taki, it's a very aggressive move here for GAM. They're looking for absolute kill potential, and a Leona is even better. You can't, oh my god, please pick the Blitzcrank. Pick the Poppy. Pick the Blitzcrank. Go the Blitzcrank. But okay, Poppy's still pretty
pick
good
something.
Here because yeah, just pick something. There it is. The Poppy is a great lockup here. You have that little bit of an extra tank in the front line now too. It alleviates some time for Trundle to go into a bit more of like a damage dealer, which you ultimately want as this Trundle has to deal with this Cassante the tank. You have to deal with this Pantheon that is going to go that bruisery build, but it also means you're going to start shredding this backline if they get caught out. One false step, Pyke is going to get munched by this troll. But there's only a couple little dashes here, there, and everywhere, but Cassante dashes quite a lot, so the Poppy is going to have great value in these team fights.
The Steadfast Presence timing, absolutely critical. Poppy can stop a bit of what Pantheon wants to do, can stop a little bit of what Pyke wants to do, can stop a lot of what Cassante wants to do. And the great thing about Steadfast Presence too is it's up for X amount of time. It's not like it prevents first dash, it prevents all dashes within X period time. So if the timing is right, that could literally be a fight changing, a game changing Steadfast Presence. So a strong pick if utilized well into the draft of GAM Esports as we do get ready to go into our game 3 here tonight of our best of 5 series between Relove DCG and GAM Esports in what is, I know, the last BO5 of the Swiss stage here in LCP Split 3.
Oh, don't tell me that. That just makes me sad. Like, why can we not have more games? Let's just run it back. Let's play some for funsies one. Like, let's just get these teams out on the Rift, man, because they are absolutely having a blast, I'm going to be honest with. Just getting a little bit of control around, good vision, double wards on top of each other. Drakthar being like, yep, we're good as gold. Let's have a look at some of these skins. Empyrean Cassante Pearl, gorgeous.
Ooh, I do like that Drakthar, the Pantheon skin. The Spirit Blossom Cassiopeia is absolutely stunning. Artemis Prestige. Oh, in mid, yeah, sure.
I knew that would trigger you too. But no, we're in the game, Logan. Focus up. All right, we're looking in. Okay, bit of a scuffle. Let's talk about this mid laners, right? Like, we've been seeing a lot of action out of these two players throughout this whole series. Cassiopeia, Syndra. Walk me through what this looks like.
Yeah, so Cassiopeia is going to want to scale. Syndra obviously wants to scale as well, but Syndra has that, shard requirement to get the stacks for that execute. So Glory, I think, is going to have this sort of earlier game advantage with this Cassiopeia and needs to apply that advantage. All he has to do is dodge that stun. If he can dodge that stun, then the fight's as good as Glory's. We know he's hyper aggressive here too. We can see with health bars he's already trading. As Taki trying to zone DCG away, they got level 2 first, but GAM were just in the better position. Pop9 roaming behind. But this is what I expected to see. As I expected to see Glory have that early advantage with Hongshu in that mid lane. And you take a look at the junglers, they're on opposite sides of the Rift. Pyke, over to you.
Yeah, no, it's going to be, yeah, you just take a break, man. Take a deep breath. Yeah. Taki doing a good job just trying to get these hooks out, but once the level 2 does come in, you can move forward. A Xiaoxi hit with the Ignite. It's a lot of damage. Flash being burnt. I think Xiaoxi underestimated the power of the Pike. I know it all too well because I have that power. But still, I have to see how it's going to go forward because forcing the Poppy out of lane early, it's not the end of the world, but without getting like any proper back, like you can see they didn't actually buy anything. All they bought was a potion. At this point in the game, it's not great, but still, I think giving a little bit of that solo XP over to Fang, who's now just trying to catch up in this big wave that had to crash. So as long as they stay relatively close, it shouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, and I mean, because it's only game 3 of a BO5 and it's one apiece, it won't be the end of the world for either of these teams here when this one ends as well, Pike. So, you know, pretty chill game. But I think this is going to go the exact same way that every other game has gone so far.
Oh, he's just... Oh, Fang, good flash, but still going to get hit up with a lot of that damage. Has to be so careful. Fang surviving this. He throws one. Spirit First Blood for Drakthar is gorgeous.
That was fantastic response from Xiaoxi there, though, to try and save Fang. Stunning, I believe, at least one. I think maybe even both, but I know that you can only hit one with the charge, preventing that follow-up damage. But Drakthar had that Comet Spear, snipes Fang at arguably max range, as we see this one here again. So Drakthar is behind Fang, and so is Taki. So the hook, the flash was great to avoid a lot of the follow-up, but there was just so much CC. There it is. So Xiaoxi gets that stun onto Drakthar, but Drakthar able to Comet Spear. He was stuck under the turret, taking maximum damage, but it still was not enough. First blood going over to Drakthar, and this is what I want to see. This is what I need to see out of GAM, Pike. I'm so happy for GAM, not so much for DCG, but they're playing their style, their early aggression. Like, take the fight to DCG. Don't let them play slow. Don't let them scale, and you stand a chance.
Yeah, that's so true, especially with the Pantheon. You need to be aggressive early. You want to get those kills on the board. We've seen Pantheons in the LCP hard carry games, so we know this is possible. We know Drakthar has these skills, but you can also see Hongshu doing a good job just zoning Glory off. Scatter the Weak isn't going to hit. Flashing the Teemo thumbs up. Yeah, I'd be a little bit tilted by that, but you know what? Hongshu isn't. That's fine. I have to see as the laning is going to be picking out. Artemis has got a really strong CS lead right now, just denying so many of those waves, and it comes off the back of Taki on this Pike, putting so much pressure on with all of these bone skewers.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, hey, this is a skill that should be on cooldown, and that's how often he is spamming this skewer. Like, it's just non-stop. Because even if it doesn't hit, right, it forces you to be wary. It forces you to disengage, as GAM are on a good roam around this mid lane right now. Like, you have to respect the potential that that hook could hit. And so I really do like the just constant spamming, the constant zoning, the pressure building here. As we do see Drakthar in his bot side jungle. The first Drake of the game has been up for 30 seconds. Pop 9 though, spotted on a ward. And Taki, I don't think you want to skewer a Trundle. I would argue that that's not the target.
I've heard that's the only way to take out a Trundle though. The only way you can kill a troll, you got to skewer it good. You're going to force it into a bad time and you see what happens. But okay, something we need to talk about really quick that I've just picked up on. It's a Comet Varus, which means it's going to be a lethality Varus. I'll let you take that one because everyone knows my opinions on that.
Yeah, you definitely don't like a lethality Varus. I would say I'm fine with it. It just depends on the composition. I think lethality Varus in this particular composition may not work so well. Obviously, they want Trundle in the front. They want Poppy in the front to leave the Varus alone to poke. But I just don't think he's going to have the time. I just don't think he's going to have the space because counter to that, they have, you know, GAM has a Cassante, they have a Pantheon, they have a Pike. Like, they have so many ways to get on top of Varus, to get around this Trundle. Even Cassante, just all out the Trundle.
Flashes going all out as they're going to be able to hold on a little bit more. Florin has to flash once again to get out of dodge. The Ignite is ticking. Does go into that range form, so it's going to be okay, but I have to see if we're going to see. There it is, going straight on in. Drakthar, the early fights are starting to pay off. It is the Grand Starfall that secures kill number 2.
I really do like that. I like that they kept chasing. They knew that Florin had burnt that flash, that it was just easy pickings for Drakthar. 100% of GAM's kills over to Drakthar, but they committed 3 to that top side, so Pop9 wisely goes for this Drake on the bot side. It will go down uncontested, and they had full vision. They knew exactly where and when GAM were, getting that Hex Tech Drake with that extra ability haste, as we see it here on this top side again, right? Kiaya dodging that poke beautifully from Florin, stays healthy just long enough, engages with the flash forward into the all-out, into the skewer from Taki. So the CC chain from GAM was layered beautifully, and even back there, Taki is thumbs-upping.
Did you see it in live? I think we just got a solo kill in this bot lane. Artemis, I think, just went and killed. Oh, I think there was an assist. No, Taki was there. Okay, the Pyke is getting the roams on and good. But Fang went down once again. 0-2 and 0 on this. Varus is just not having the game they need. Now the Void Grubs are being started up. This is really good for DCG that they are being a bit more proactive onto the objectives. I think at the end of the day, you get the Void Grubs as DCG, especially for this Trundle, you will be able to take these towers so incredibly quickly. But Drakthar and Taki, they're here. They're looking for something.
Yeah, I mean, DCG, they need to respect this.
Oh,
good
great pillar into the slam. Okay, Hongshu, that was clean as.
He just turned pillared. Xiaoxi slammed him into the pillar and they blew up Drakthar. Like, advantage be done. That's just how you do it. That's hands dip. They even baited them in as we get a replay on this bot side here, Pyke. And here it is. Artemis advancing forward, gets that slow, ults immediately. Chains of Corruption lands, but Taki's skewer also lands. Look at how confident Taki is. He's running away, he's emoting before Fang is even dead because he just knows Artemis is going to get the job done. This Pyke looking really good so far. 3 minutes till the next Drake, so, you know, not too much to worry about. All 3 grubs did go the way of DCG after that fight where they took Drakthar out, so only a 1-ish K gold lead over to GAM at the 9-minute mark. Still feels, though, like a slowish game.
Yeah, definitely a slow game. It's only a 1k gold lead. Fang is just down here solo in this lane, so having to deal with Artemis and Taki. But Taki has been all over the map, which is expected of a Pyke. It's going to be a little bit hard as Florin now. No mana all out from Kiaya. Looking to go, but Florin has those happy feet, trying to get them underneath the tower, trying to hold on a little bit more, taking shots. Kiaya looks for the 1-for-1, and it is going to be a kill for both. They're looking for more, and now Taki being charged on, does not have level 6, cannot use the Keeper's Verdict. But Taki definitely has the death from below. So one good play here could spell disaster, but no, Xiaoxi has to flash, moving to the side, keep them at bay. But if they get taken low enough, the execute will be good. Death from below lands. Taki's happy with this one. First kill on the board.
Yeah, he just straight soloed Xiaoxi. Essentially, there was like a little bit of damage, and we see it again. Just the setup. Taki sets him up, skewers, stuns Fang. Yeah, there's a bit of poke from Artemis here just to get Taki online, but he just chases him and there's no response from DCG. Xiaoxi is just left to this Pyke on his own because Glory is pressuring Hongshu in that mid lane. Great situation for GAM. Shambles for DCG off the back of that one. Fang, 0-3-0 at 11 minutes. This Varus not working out right now, Pyke.
Yeah. Some might say it's the lethality Varus. Some might say it's the Pyke. What do you say, Logan?
I don't want to say it's the Pyke because your name is Pyke, and I don't want to like... No, wait, Pyke is good. Pyke is a good thing. Yeah, it's Pyke. It's Pyke diff, for sure. Yep. That's what I'm going with.
And this Pyke says it's a lethality Varus, so it's not the right call. So either way, Pyke's right apparently here, Logan. Well done. Good call.
Yeah, sometimes, it's, you know, the color caster is the analyst. I make good calls sometimes, but right now it would not be a good call for GAM to go into the jungle of DCG. They just had no vision. As Hongshu using Syndra to pull that Scuttle Crab away from Drakthar. And I do want to point out, Game 1, Game 2, Drakthar was significantly ahead on CS over Pop9. Here, in this Game 3, Pop9 is significantly ahead of Drakthar, 20 CS, but he's still down in gold. He's still down in kills. So, like, Drakthar having that Sundered Sky, that first completed item, and that sustain is coming out better. But look at Artemis. Bloodthirster. 2.2k of the 3k gold lead from GAM. He is the problem.
Yeah, and he's just going to get worse and worse as this game goes on. Not only is he going to be that much harder to kill with that Bloodthirster online, but the damage output is going to be huge, and you have to be able to get there. The problem is there's no way to get through this Cassante, get through Drakthar on this Pantheon. Who can get to the backline? It's really all this poke that we're going to be seeing, and right now we're not seeing much of it. It's just going to get worse and worse as it goes in. Second dragon of the game up right now here, Logan. We'll have to see at the 12, almost 13-minute mark who's going to prioritize it, because you're right, you mentioned Drakthar being up in kills, Pop 9 up in objectives, up in farm. I think they both have their place, and I do think DCG, although down 3k gold lead, they have a chance to come back here.
Yeah, absolutely. Great buffering there from Taki too, by the way, just to avoid that stun from Syndra there. But yeah, it's how they apply the advantages that they've gained, that they've earned for themselves. Jace is starting to crack away at this. Cassante does have the boots of swiftness, but doesn't have any lethality yet. So right now, Kiaya still happy, has completed his first item to just tank up whatever it is Jace has to offer. With the Drake up though, DCG, they're back out on the Rift, and they are collapsing on this Drake. A lot of pings coming down. Artemis needs to be careful. If he's caught out here, it could just basically be instant death, but playing respectfully. GAM, they're also closing in on this Drake. They know what it means.
Yeah, and I think the hard part here is, yeah, Pop 9's going to be able to probably walk in and just start this dragon if they want, but GAM clearly say, we need the pick first. We need the numbers advantage before we go and do it, because the damage from this Trundle in a team fight is going to be hard. They've got the Triforce online, so they are going to be packing a wallop. Now it's about who they pick off. I think Pop 9 needs to be the obvious solution.
Yeah, this is looking like the first big team fight that we're going to get. Wards going down. DCG just scuffling for priority, scuffling for that vision control here. GAM, though, they have the mid wave pushed in, so they have the priority, and they have started up the Drake. They've cleared out that ward, and Taki, with that Oracle Lens, will spot that last stealth ward there. Play on top side.
Looking for it. Petrifying Gaze is good, but the Chains of Corruption do not hit. Drakthar has to flash, and again, GAM was first to the objective. They've cleared out the vision, and that's a very questionable bullet time as the Grand Starfall does come in. Great Scatter of the Week sends them packing, but the Dragon's just gone. Pop 9 flashes over the wall to safety, and it's the Great Heist.
Was it great? That just felt like a normal heist. That just felt like GAM, okay.
They shouldn't have given it, though.
Yeah, like...
That's
I know it was a heist.
Like, why did they just gave up? They thought they were in the bushes still, and they were like, oh, okay, like we'll just hit them with the bullet time, and nothing hit. So it was a great heist.
Look, I'll agree that it was a heist. I will disagree that it was great. Artemis giga-whiffed that bullet time for sure. Just found absolutely no one. Taki, though, with these skewers, still spacing DCG beautifully. They will take this Rift Herald, so they're able to get something back. But Relove DCG, they played that Drake well. They secured the second Drake of the game for themselves, as we see it here again, right? GAM, they finally managed to get that priority. And the topside play happens. Chains of Corruption misses because of the anti-synergy from that Poppy ult. Artemis here, just being careful, forces them out of the bush, yes, but it does no damage. I mean, you would probably argue, oh, it's a zoning ultimate, but that's not what you want with an MF ult. An MF ult is a damage ultimate. It needs to land and do something here. So, GAM, though, still in control. 3k gold lead, 16 minutes in. They're not in the worst position. They still have a lot of time, a lot of answers into what DCG are doing.
Yeah, so right. 3k gold up. GAM's looking pretty solid. They just want to clean up a little bit more. We're seeing items across the board here now. Logan, Glory starting to stack up that Rod of Ages, but Blackfire Torch now picked up for Hongshu, so looking for a little bit more of that burn damage, especially into Kiaya's Cassante. Black Cleaver now confirmed for Florin too, so going to be able to fight this one out a little bit better. I'm still just more worried about how do we deal with this Misfortune Pike situation. Yes, you have a good pick potential, and if you can land that awesome wombo combo we saw with the pillar into the Poppy charge, then into like a beautiful, like an unleashed power, like there's a lot you can sort of do with this, but it's very situational. You have to be in the right place at the right time, or it's not going to work.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we all know about Pike, right? Pike's great in the first 15 minutes.
Oh,
Poppy potentially... wow, you last 15 minutes? Poppy falls becomes stronger after the first 15 minutes, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like a transition of power between that Pike and between that Poppy. So I really feel like DCG's later game is a bit stronger on that bot side. However, GAM have got themselves so far ahead.
Ooh, Scatter the Weak, Petrifying Gaze is landing, but the damage is still good. Glory is here, but okay, Hongshu's coming to clean up. Drakthar had this lead. Couldn't do much with it in that fight just then, but now a TP mid. Looks like it is going to be Fang TPing into this mid lane to clear out the wards, but you have a Trundle, you have 3 Void Grubs, you could trade a tower down here if you feel so inclined, and you know what? They feel inclined.
Yeah, but I do mean it is still first turret over to GAM. It was first turret over to Artemis, injecting even more gold into the pocket of that MF is not what you want. 3.3k gold diff between that Misfortune and that Varus. And what I was talking about a little bit earlier, right, is that GAM have got the early game, right? Their bot lane duo is significantly ahead over DCG's. Feng and Chassis on that Varus, on that Poppy. The problem is time, right? Pike falls off after 15-20 minutes. Poppy becomes very, very strong after that sort of 10-15 minute mark. So it's a transition of power in that bot side that GAM need to manage. Cassante could be the difference maker. Cassante could tank the world. He is 1.5 items right now, has that Merc Treads, a little bit of MR, a little bit of that tenacity, but Florin, he's not going lethality build just yet. He's picked up the Black Cleaver, so he's going to be chipping away at the armor of Kiaya. I kind of like that pickup. Yeah,
I don't mind it. I think when you talk about the tankiness of this Cassante, if you talk about the tankiness of Kiaya in this game, I still see a Trundle. I still see this big blue troll with the lush red hair that's going to be running at this Cassante with zero fear. So I think that is going to be something we have to keep an eye on, because Trundle is starting to pick up a little bit of that extra gold. They've only got 2 assists, but with all these objectives stacking, it's 2 Dragons, 3 Void Grubs. We'll have to see. Baron's up in 20 seconds. I'm not sure who actually picked up. Oh no, it was actually Drakthar who got the Rift Herald too, so we'll see that being charged off soon, but another tower being picked up here towards this top side. I expect the gold is probably going to start swinging into DCG's favor if they can be a little bit smart with it. Is nice little stutter steps there from Pop9, keeping themselves just out of danger, but Artemis is chasing. Like, this is something to be very careful of. Keeper's Verdict is good. Grand Starfall is going to send them packing. Over the wall goes Pop9, but they're caught still again. You either choose, you deal with the Snake, or do you deal with the Cassante, but you got to deal with the Pantheon too. It's a whole lot of damage, and I think Pop9 is popped in a 3v1.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of left to the wolves there as well. He went a little too deep, and GAM responded swiftly. No vision for DCG as GAM pull the trigger on this Baron, though DCG, they will respond with a Drake of their own. So I like that they're still going to try and get something done. They're pushing in that mid wave. They're getting their 3rd Drake. They will go to Soul Point. And what that means is GAM every 5 minutes has to run to that Drake. They cannot let DCG get the Cloud Soul, because it means they move faster. It means their slow resist is stronger. And the Rift Herald, he spawned in the Baron pit and he's just going for a run.
What?
Oh,
what?
Okay.
What is going on? Why? What?
He's hit the tower.
When did he get
Trust me.
rapid fire cannon?
Hey!
Okay. Look, didn't take the tower though. Hongshu's there to recover, so didn't get the tower. They got the Baron, still really good, but let's watch this play of Pop9 just getting caught out. Xiaoxi obviously said, yeah, sorry my guy, I think you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, a good ultimate here, though, to get rid of Artemis, to buy a bit more time, but GAM just showed up. They sent 4 members, as Pop9 was close to Xiaoxi, but Draktar's ultimate really being the thing that kind of split DCG up, and Pop9 just left to die over to GAM there, and it gets them the Baron. So nice sequence of plays. That said, GAM, 3.8k up, DCG, Soul Point plus Grubs. So the only jungle objective that GAM have gotten was the Rift Herald, which didn't even crack a tower, and the Baron, which, you know, not the worst jungle objective. Taki, though, spots pop 9.
Yeah, in the jungle getting caught, but look at the damage from Artemis. It's just too much. Chains of Corruption goes sideways. The bullet time is hitting. Florin has to flash. And no, GAM isn't able to pick anyone up just yet. Let's see if they can hold on. Grand Starfall does go down. It's going to land onto one. Stuns are even better. All out to the wrong member, but Fang is just taken out. Kiaya soloing. Taki gets the death from below. It's GAM controlling the state of this fight. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And it's Cassante feeling so good. And Drakthar being an initiator in this huge team fight, and now they're going to be walking down this top side, taking a tier 2, maybe even more.
They have so much time. It's another 15 seconds before 3 more members of DCG are up. GAM killed 4 members of DCG and lost no one. Kiaya tanked the world for days, and I cannot wait to point out a fantastic little interaction that happened between that Pyke and Cassante as Glory trying to get that bot wave pushed in as well, and they will all take resets after a fantastic fight here. And it's Taki starting the fight. He gets a great skewer stun onto Pop 9, followed up by Drakthar. The Chains of Corruption misses onto a static target. You cannot be missing that. Artemis flashes, Florin flashes, Kiaya frontlining. Drakthar goes in and gets the stun on the... Okay. Artemis and Kiaya are just dead?
Yep.
That
was,
Yeah, well, I can't wait to come back and look at that replay, because we weren't talking about the other replay, and I really want to talk about an interaction, but I don't think we're going to see it.
It must have been a TP, because you can see Florin's TP is down. TP behind, caught them unawares.
Very, very nice. Very nice. Summoner's spells telling the tale. But in that previous replay, the Cassante was diving and got a great... Oh, okay. Trundle Pillar interrupted Kiaya, keeps them in the fight. Artemis is running. So, shall see. We'll get that Steadfast Presence. Deep TP. There's that Florin TP that you were talking about. Yep. So they herd Kiaya into a 3v1. Okay, fair enough. That's how you get that job done. And then it's just Florin soloing Artemis out on that top side. So now GAM, 3 members with Baron, but they're not going to complain. They're 7k up. It is 1.5 minutes, though, till the 4th Drake of the game and potential Cloud Soul for Relove DCG. You don't want them having that extra move speed, because it's going to be so much harder for you to escape them and them to, like, be slowed down. So, like, your utility is reduced. And we do take a look at the items here, Pyke. Multiple champions with 2+ items in the area. It doesn't feel like GAM is as far ahead as they are. It feels like Relove DCG, it feels like they could win a fight and then take the game. Is that weird?
I wouldn't say that they could probably do that. I think they'd be able to open up the map a little bit more. I don't know if they'd be able to take the game at the current pace, right? Like they've still got a tier 2 to get through, multiple inhibs. Like they're only at the tier 2s. GAM have way more. They have broken into the base. They could, in the right situation, potentially send someone up to the top side, pick up that inhib, and do some damage with it. But Dragon up in 20 seconds, that's where this fight's going to be. And like you sort of mentioned, GAM already have way more items. As long as Artemis has free reign to hit here, it should be pretty easy for GAM to take over.
Yeah, and I mean, Taki with his skewers is creating the space that Artemis needs. Xiaoxi misses the stun.
The bullet time is good. Depth from below still lands on its mark. Hongshu, I think, is the next target, having to run for their life. But the rest of DCG, they don't know what they need to do. And again, Death from below doesn't land, but Drakthar picks up the kill. 2 members for none. GAM are looking pretty solid.
Yeah, look, all I have to say to that is, heck, Taki has been involved in 10 of the 13 kills of GAM. He's having an absolute tear of a game here right now. He's starting these fights, he's initiating and buying GAM these picks, as we see here again. Beautiful. Taki racing forward, gets the ward down, zones Xiaoxi in there, cops 2 ultimates and dies to the 3rd of Taki's. Drakthar just over the top, forces Hongshu south, away from his team. A fantastic zoning ultimate, and secures another kill for himself there. Taki is like my MVP for this game. Like, hands down. He is putting in work here.
No, I totally agree. I think Taki has really stepped up in this series. Draktar's been looking good, but it's on the back of Taki getting these exceptional roams and already taken pretty low. Kiaya getting hit with the Chains of Corruption. A lot of damage coming out. Okay, there's the Unleashed Power. That is the front line gone. Now Draktar, the next target in their sights, is picked up. It is going to be Florin. DCG, they picked up some members. They were able to turn it on a dime. Now they're looking. Taki is quite low. Could get one scatter of the week, could be enough as, okay, shall see, that was a bit of a weird flash, but we won't worry about it too much as they were looking for one more and then they probably could have turned on the Baron.
That's it, right? Like, GAM, we just said it before, are their own worst enemies. They just lost 2,000 of their 8,000 gold lead, and they did it at the worst time. They have no jungler. DCG have started up this Baron. Like, surely... Oh, Artemis, like 60-70% of his damage there. There's no contest. This Baron is absolutely DCG's. I just don't think there's anything Taki can do about this one as a TP comes in.
Looking for some. I think the Baron is just going to go down here. There's not much you can really do for the side of GAM. They are getting caught. Chains of Corruption do land. Nice to go golden. Glory just needs to hold a little bit longer, but there's 4 members of Real Love DCG on their tail. Taki is also low. Artemis is off to the side. They can pick up Taki here. It's just a consolation prize, but now Fang, Hongshu, they need to run. They're in the danger zone, but not the fun kind of dance, as they are able to walk out with their lives with only 1 member without Baron.
Danger zone, as GAM do manage to do something around the Baron, but they don't stop the Baron himself. Like, Taki just annihilated Chassis, hooked him over the wall, executed. Fantastic, well done. Tried to buy time for the rest of GAM to show up, but Real Love DCG, they get the Baron. They have 4 members Baron empowered, and remember, they have a Trundle, they have 3 grubs. As we look at this again, Kiaya aggresses forward, blind onto that red buff into 3 members of DCG, and it frankly just takes GAM far too long to show up to support him. He was left alone for nearly 10 seconds, eating everything, and the numbers advantage goes to DCG. Here, in the follow-up, Taki, very confidently at less than half health, tries to make something happen. Artemis, bullet time over the top, and then DCG go to the Baron. I mean, Kiaya, you're tanky, but you're not like 1v9 levels of tanky yet. I love that. Taki with this skewer ult, and then he's back out over the wall here. Just absolute cheeky. And Glory, unfortunate. Gets caught out by 4 members, goes down. And here, like, GAM was at 8k gold lead. They're now down to 4k, Pike.
Yeah, correct. And I sort of said that's the way it was going to go. As a good hook does go out, Florin has to flash. Dealing with Kiai now, 2 thumbs up saying well done, but it's a 5-minute cooldown you have to be worried about, and you've got to keep these timers in your head, or else it could be disastrous for another pick, because Taki always looking for the flank.
Yeah, and you need to be, right? You need to stay relevant on this pike. You need to get these flanking skewers. Oh, great ult.
Case is good. Skewers looking good. Grand Star Skyfall is going to come down. Not going to hit. Chains of Corruption do land. Trying to lock these members down. There's a beautiful pick. Florin's able to lock them up. And this is what we were worried about. GAM, they didn't push the tempo again. They had this huge lead. They got to 9.7k gold lead. And now DCG, they're about to flip this back to almost 0 as they take the first tier 2 in the game for themselves. Now they're looking at a tier 3. The lethality Varus, maybe I'll eat my words because it's starting to put in the work and the damage is coming through. 2.5k now for GAM, down to 2. DCG, they might just be looking for the end. There is 1 member down. It's their front line. It's their tank. If they're careful, they might be able to make this move a little bit faster. We've got to clear these waves. We've got to slow down the pace here, Logan, because we've got 1 more wave pushing in. 1 good play could be it, but the Baron is ended as a dragon up in 20 seconds. I think that's where they want to go.
Yeah, they give the good old thumbs up as they have hard siege the base of GAM. But the problem is every single member of GAM is alive now. So DCG, it will be a 5v5 on this Drake. TP being committed as well for Kiaya to get that big shield to like frontline. He has to. This is it. This could be soul for Relove DCG here, Pike.
Could be Soul, could be the game as well. If GAM's able to lock out one, it is going to be the good pick. Scatter of the Weak is even better, but there it is. Taki getting the depth from below. Xiaoxi is low, needs to be careful. Taki on the flank is a concern, and Fang has no mana, so they just have to give in a really nice game, really nice fight there out of GAM to control and claw back this gold a little bit more. But still, towers are gone, so they could look for a bit of a chase, but it's better to reset. Wait, Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Why are you there?
I think Xiaoxi is going to be caught out here, Pike.
Yeah, I think Xiaoxi might be dead, able to just knock out that Bone Skewer a little bit more. Way into the waiting hands of Kiaya, but Artemis is going to pick that one up. Not too bad. A 4.7k gold lead right now for Artemis, who is comfortably ahead. But let's watch this dragon fight again.
It's here. It's on the backside where Taki gets a fantastic hook onto Florin, onto that Jace, and GAM commit everything. Taki does get that execute, but it gives the numbers advantage and it gives them the Drake. So GAM secure that second Drake for themselves. They prevent DCG from getting the soul, but then they follow up, right? They do what you're supposed to do when you've routed the enemy team. You take everything from their jungle, and while they were doing that, Xiaoxi was just zoned off toward the bot side and easy pickings for the rest of a collapsing GAM. We're back to 5k gold lead for GAM, right? They've rallied. They've got another 2k in their pockets. We've got Artemis at 5 items. We've got Glory at 4, building his 5th. GA's on Drakthar, but not on Pop 9 just yet. Florin building towards his 4th item. Kiaya with that Canik Rookern as well as the Merc Treads, preventing a lot of the damage that Hongshu wants to be able to put down as well. I mean, another play.
Oh, Grand Skyfall, very aggressive, looking for Fang. They're going underneath the tower, but a GA is still available here for Drakthar, but that was a big play. It burnt the TP out of Florin too. There's no objective on the board yet as Pop 9 looking for a little bit more. The engage is good. Drakthar is getting low, but they are able to reset.
GAM need to be careful here. They did use a lot of tools. The only ults left is Kiaya's and Glory's. DCG, they know it too. They've got the resource advantage and they've wrapped around to that Baron. Pings going down. GAM trying to contest for this mid lane priority, clearing these waves, getting them pushed back out, because remember, GAM does not have a mid lane inhibitor. So super minions are coming down the mid for Relove DCG. They will always have that priority until that inhibitor respawns. Taki taking a roam, having a look, trying to get vision control, because DCG have choked GAM out. There is no vision for GAM. It is so dangerous for them to walk up into this, and they were buying time for Florin. He's completed his GA, so now they're ready.
Ready and waiting as DCG now looking to just maintain this control. The vision is going out and there's no pink ward in the actual Baron pit, so Taki able to see that, but they know it's there, so it's all about this awareness, but they're showing their hand a little bit too much as Florin now being taken off the pit. Now just maybe looking, they were baiting for a fight. I don't think they have the full control yet. Maybe they're looking for someone just to slightly overstep. Maybe they're waiting for that Grand Starfall to come off cooldown, which is going to be in 5 seconds. We'll have to wait and see, because Baron's already just been reset and both teams don't really know what they want to do.
Yeah, both teams, they're also resetting. But one thing that I do want to point out, a nice piece of itemization that Taki's got for himself is that Edge of Night, right? So giving him that extra safety to roam into the face of Florin on that Jace. He turns around with the Shock Blast and the Edge of Night just eats it, right? So he doesn't get any of that trade back, because if that Empowered Shock Blast was to hit Taki on that Pike, it would have to do like 50-60% of his health bar. So it's a really smart itemization decision there for Taki. But it looks like this Baron could potentially be started up again any moment. DCG, they're trying to drag GAM into them. They want this fight. Both teams, all flashes, all ultimates, except Feng's flash.
I think one thing big of note is there's a dragon up in 50 seconds. If you are DCG, you could give that dragon and take the Baron and look to potentially end. It's a bit of a coin flip. It's a bit of a crazy call. but it's possible. It is a move that we have seen the greatest teams make because a Baron can do better as there's the Grand Starfall looking to go in. There's Miasma too, gonna get some damage off, but Fang is just picked up. Glory did have the burn, seeing if Drakthar can go down, but the GA is still available. And now looking for the all-out. Pop9 is the one getting caught, but how do you deal with this Cassante? They're doing a lot of damage, and it is going to be DCG taking a lot of damage too. Xiaoxi is there, but needs to be careful because Taki got the death from below, and it is going to be GAM with a successful fight. They could look to return back and go onto this Baron.
That's the thing though, they pulled the trigger here as this could be an extended play. Taki needs to be careful. Drakthar waiting on the wall.
Straight on in, goes over the wall. Drakthar has to be careful, but no, Hongshu has different matters at hand. Artemis has a lot of damage too, picking up Xiaoxi. Now they can go back, but if I'm looking at it, maybe you go for the dragon.
Frankly, I would go for the... Yeah, I would go for the dragon as well. Drakthar does need to be careful. He does have the GA though, but the damage coming through, they're going to be able to take this Baron very, very quickly. But Hongshu and Florin, critically, they're pushing the mid, they're pushing the bot, and a TP is being committed to the bot. Yeah, they're going to contest this Drake. They're going to get it and take Soul Point here. As we go to this replay, we take a look, right? In live, DCG are just getting Soul, but we're taking a look at the replay. GAM forced DCG in the flash forward from Glory. It doesn't lock anyone up, but it does enough damage that Fang is just taken out so early. Kiaya all outs into 3. The steadfast presence getting that value we were talking about. And Syndra, Hongshu shreds that Cassante, but Taki on the back end took out Pop9. And then Taki, he's just this ever-present harasser. He's in the back lines. He's forcing you to have a response to him. And then Artemis just chews Xiaoxi up. Like, the damage out of that MF, spectacular. We take a second. GAM, 6,500. 4 members with Baron. DCG have the Cloud Soul. So they have that extra movement speed. They have that slow resist. They're going to be able to move around that much quicker. Pop9 just completed his 4th, if you include boots, item. So now crits, which is what Artemis has, are going to be so much less useful against him. A bit tankier, a bit more survivable. I like this because we haven't seen Trundle really frontline too much.
Yeah, it's been more so on Xiaoxi to hold that front line too, but now with the Baron empowered minions, it's a big order to be able to clear these waves out. Again, it's a lethality Varus that is going to really struggle into clearing out these waves as fast as possible because you also want to try to get poke damage onto the backside. So it's really on Florin to be here, to be like that sort of wall, you might even say. But once the damage goes down, as a Red Tyrant has been picked up here, they were able to lock out that tier 2. Now charging in with that tier 3 as 4 members siege down in this bot side. Looking to siege in the mid lane too, but I think 1 tower is not too bad. We've returned the gold lead back to 7.3k here, Logan, at the 39.5 minute mark. Yes, all the objectives have been taken, but now the real question is if this game goes a little bit longer, who gets Elder?
Yeah, honestly, it will come down to an Elder flip to see who takes this game. I really liked a little piece of tech there that we just saw Pop9 do. He actually smite Taki to get rid of that spell shield from the edge of night to make him vulnerable, to make him susceptible, because Pop9 knows he's not going to be able to get out into his jungle and take camps for a little bit. So I kind of like that usage, make that Pyke feel a lot less safe as we enter our 40th minute. Look at the damage. I mean, Florin putting in so much work. He's out-damaged absolutely everybody, even Hongshu on this Syndra, but it's just not resulting in, like, a game-winning situation. GAM, they're, like, back to 7k up as DCG. They move as a unit. They might be trying to find a pick onto GAM here. Taki has to be so careful.
I think the big thing is like it's any team could just win this game. When you get into a late game like this, yes, gold is important, but everyone's teetering on those final items. Like, yes, Artemis is giga strong and they are 6.4k gold up. They've just had a really easy game so far, and it's on the back of Taki controlling the lane state. But as the game goes on, it's gonna get a little bit harder. Like, Artemis can get jumped on. GA, yes, definitely available. You got 2 GAs on the side of GAM, and they're great to have, but there's still explosive damage that can come out. Hongshu is there waiting in the wings. Rabadon's confirmed. Like, we've got a Seeker's Arm Guard now coming online. It's a level 20 Florin. The damage is going to be doing a lot as they're resetting. Might be picking up their last item too, but no, not just yet. Only got a Tunneler. Still, we're just waiting for these objectives. Neither team wants to pull that trigger, because if one team loses a member, it's an objective. It might even be a tower or two. It spells disaster.
Yeah, I mean, GAM, almost every single one of their members is at max level. The same can be said for Relove DCG. And a quick shout out to Taki. He has hit 100 kills in the LCP. Congratulations. And he did it on this roaming bard too, which has been fantastic. And yeah, like you say, right now it feels like we're waiting between objectives, right? It's 1.5 minutes to the Baron. It's 1.5, sorry, 1.5 minutes to the Baron, 1.5 minutes to the Elder. They can exist at the same time, Logan, as a reminder to yourself there, buddy. And that's why they're jostling over this mid lane, right? It's priority, it's vision control. They who have priority, they who have vision control will get the advantage when it comes to these fights. So it's so important. You need to dodge those shock blasts from Florin.
Ooh. All right, nice. Getting the scatter of the week. Nice Petrifying Gaze isn't going to land fully as the Grand Skyfall does come down. Caught out as Xiaoxi says we can send him packing. Sent flying high as the wall gets sent, as Cassante sent going. Now the TP's going back into the fight. He doesn't want to walk into this one. Glory's just gone! Taking out the unleashed power, truly unleashed in this game as they're trying to get any more damage off. But Kiai is in the back line. It's Hongshu trying to deal with it. Can they get the scatter of the week off enough? And now Kiai is gone. Look at Drakthar. They're doing it, but the resurrection, the rest of DCG could be coming in. That is now Artemis without a GA. Xiaoxi getting the knock into the wall. Looking at Taki. They are quite low. Pop 9 has the healing. Might have the movement speed. Has to be careful. They have the flash. They're over the wall. Still picked up as Artemis gets the final shot off. And it is GAM controlling the fight yet again. And they're pinging for the Baron.
Yeah, but the Elder's up in 30 seconds as well. Relove DCG, they need to recall, get back out to the Rift as fast as they possibly can. Baron is up and all GAs used on both sides. As we look at this again, and it starts with the Trundle Pillar, right? They do catch on to Kiaya. They do get the Chains of Corruption, but it does nothing because Glory flashes in their faces and ults into them. Here, the bullet time, it does a little bit of damage on Pop 9, clips Hongshu, but it doesn't get too much done. We do get the TP, and in live, GAM secure themselves a Baron. Artemis on this backside lives for so long, baits Florin in, gets his GA, so Taki, Drakthar, and Artemis wait for him. Florin does a good job, he's able to take out Artemis's GA, but then Artemis starts farming, using his Bloodthirster on these minions. He's back to full health in 4 or 5 autos, and one Q-poke takes 20% of your health. Drakthar front lining, Artemis left alone, finishes the job.
Yeah, now it is going to be GAM actually looking at the Elder as well. This is usually the linchpin. It's 9k gold. GAM picking this one up is going to be huge, and I think they're just waiting for everyone to be up on the map, or I don't know what they're trying to do. Wait. What?
Yeah, this is so unusual. Everyone's alive. 4 members have Baron buff. Did they? Oh, I think they wanted as many people as far up the map as possible. So you see 3 members of GAM were moving up the mid lane. They wanted them as far forward as possible to maximize the value and time of this Elder. So I really, really like that. Very intelligent kill there. For you doubters in chat, these guys are much smarter than us when it comes to these sorts of things. So DCG though, they're up against a Baron and Elder empowered GAM. They have to play defensive. They cannot lose.
One pick could be all it takes, and Artemis just half health that tower with an auto attack. Yeah, that's a late game misfortune if ever I've seen one. You have to be very careful walking into that too, so you just have to wait. You're basically stalling. You give these towers, you give an in here, but you just can't give any more as the Grand Skyfall. Chains of Corruption is going to land straight into the shield, but they're going to be able to walk out. Taki actually flashing forward, trying to get that bone skewer, but it does not land.
No, I really like this here. I do believe Drakthar had to commit that ultimate to get the push to allow GAM to take the rest. Oh, there's a ward there. They need to be so, so careful. They are empowered recall, so they're able to get away, but I thought something could happen. But Drakthar had to commit that ultimate to force DCG back. Otherwise, I genuinely believe DCG were going to be able to kind of weather that siege a little bit more than GAM would have liked. So they take the bot inhibitor turret, they take the bot inhibitor, and now they recall and they're back out onto the mid lane. So looking to get more value. Baron, still 40 seconds left. They've got 2k value so far. Elder ticking down at the same time. I mean, Artemis just recovers his health so quickly. Like, you need to instantly kill him or he's just going to survive this fight.
Yep, absolutely. With that first inhib down, it's on DCG to try and hold this line. Scatter the Weak has already been used. The tower stood no chance. There's just so much damage for GAM. With everything up, with every chance they have. They've got 11.1k gold at this point. Fang almost getting blown up by a bullet time. They have to be careful. Great shutdown goes onto the Drakthar. They're going to pick up a couple members, but still that Elder does the damage, and a nice unleashed power does land too. Chains of Corruption is even better. Okay, Glory's been picked up too. It is actually DCG. They're holding on. They've pushed them back. They have to be so careful. One misstep could be disastrous, but only 2 members left. Logan, disaster.
I mean, it was a big push. They got the inhibitor turret, they got the inhibitor, they got one of the Nexus turrets, but that is not what you want to see. It was a good defense by Relove DCG, but there's no objectives on the map to play for. The best DCG can do is kind of recover, recoup, and push these waves out. As we see it here again, just ripping the bullet time very nearly takes Fang out, but on the bot side, the other 4 members collapse onto GAM. They take out Kiaya, they take out 2 members so fast. The Chains of Corruption gets mega value onto Glory as well. Just fantastically played, well kited by DCG. They respected the Elder that GAM had. They never let them trade back into them. And that's how you defend. When you want to look up a masterclass in defense, look at this game, because DCG just did it.
Yeah. 100%. And with the towers respawning around the Nexus 2, this is going to be a little bit harder for this team to close it out, because now we've got to wait again for more of these objectives to come up. We've got the next Baron up in 1.5 minutes, Elder in 2.5 minutes. This game, 48 minutes long. That second game was only 23 minutes long. Maybe they're making up for this timer in that second game here, because this is a long, drawn-out battle as the supports are entering well into the late game as they hit level 16 apiece. Look at Artemis's gold.
Yeah, like the gold lead for GAM is 9.5k. The gold lead for Artemis is 9.3k. He is the gold lead, right? And what that tells me is that Relove DCG still have an angle, which is crazy. If they can kill Artemis, they could take the fight. But you also look at the numbers and you go bot diff. Artemis has Flame Horizon Fang years ago. And talking to the I know, right? Talking to the timer, you were saying that 49 minutes, the longest game in LCP Split 3 is 52 minutes, 42 seconds, right? So we are 3.5 minutes away from going for the longest possible game in LCP Split 3. That said, the Baron is in 30 seconds and the Elder is in 1 minute and 10. I just can't see us going that far. I think there's going to be an all-in fight here, because you look at the resources, ults are plenty, flashes galore. The next fight will win or lose this game.
I totally agree. It's literally looking at inches, not miles anymore. It is 23 kills to 15, just to sum up the game. The gold lead has gone down just a little bit more. It's at 8.9k at the current time, but it's all about securing these scuttles, getting this free vision across the map. And we already saw GAM in control of this topside river. That tells me they want to focus on the Baron first. That is what's going to be able to solidify a strong push, as Baron has spawned Elder 25 seconds. Now, it's not even worth talking about items, because everyone but the supports is full build. As now we're looking for the fight. Kiaya almost got caught with the scout of the week. Taki wants to be off to the side too. Grand Skyfall is going to come down. They're looking for it, but the bullet time is nice. Chains of Corruption lands. They're trying to send Kiaya back. All out sends them packing. There's a beautiful... oh my lord, there's too much damage going forward, as it is going to be Artemis picking up the kill. And it was a catch out. And now it is DCG, a member down, but still pushing forward. Look at the bot lane. There is a huge wave stacking up onto that inhib. They need to be careful. Now Florin being looked at by Taki too. This could force a reset, or it could just be that DCG want to try and take this Elder, because look at where Pop9 is. They are posturing very heavily.
Yeah, but Chassis's dead for another 35 seconds. That's 4v5. Cassante has TP'd. He's flanking. He will be spotted by the ward, though, so DCG know he's there. GAM, they're hurting DCG down.
Oh my god, they've just been caught out. The flank was absolutely perfect. Pop9 is being run out of the gate. Florin trying to hold on, has the GA, but will not be long for this world. And now you can actually see Fang had to TP back to the base just to hold it alive a little bit longer. Artemis has gone godlike after 51 minutes, and this is the fight that GAM needed to close out this game. Inhib is about to spawn, but they should be fairly comfortable as the bot side is still down 2. And all they need to do is walk at these towers with a minion wave or 2, and they can close this out, Logan. It has just been such a long haul. They're trying to go for a keeper's verdict, sending Xiaoxi and pushing them back. Bullet time is going to land, but does get disrupted by the pillar. We'll see if Glory's want to be able to do a little bit more. It's Petrifying Gaze lands. Drakthar is low, taking a couple towers. Glory getting very close to Kiaya, also jumping into the back line. Taki being a menace, but it is going to be GAM looking to clean up. Drakthar is low, but not low enough. Artemis wants to finish this game and take us to series point at 52 minutes, Logan.
104,000 gold over to GAM. 11,000 gold lead after 52 minutes. Nearly the single longest game in LCP Split 3. It was back and it was forth. It was DCG and it was GAM in this tussle that will be remembered for splits to come here, Pike. What a marathon.
That was a tough one. That was a tough one. Like, you could break down any number of things in that game. The game should have ended 25 minutes ago, Logan. I'll be honest.
Yeah, quite frankly, it should have ended quite some time ago as we take a look here. Turrets 12-5. Drakes went over to DCG. They did get the soul, but gold lead, it was always GAM's. Around that sort of 25, 26 minute mark, you see the DCG rally, but then GAM are able to pull it back, and Artemis's damage is bonkers. He wasn't even close to being caught by anyone, not even Hongshu, on that Syndra, and it was a 44 kill game in 52 minutes, so it wasn't even that bloody of a game by LCP standards. No. It was a pretty nice affair, an afternoon stroll, if you will.
Look, it really was. We were just chilling in that whole end towards the end of the last 20 minutes. We didn't know what was going on because no one really wanted to fight. I think everyone was just so cautious of like, oh no, if we fight here, we might get caught out. Just go and fight at this point. Like, everyone's full build. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, like, oh, we're trying to farm, we're trying to push waves, we're trying to get priority, and it's like, yes, but for what? Because all you're doing is you're waiting for the team fight. Why not just, like, have, like, just all chat, gentlemen's honor, everyone, all 5, run down mid, let's ARAM suddenly, you know, and decide the Biffo will win, but that's not how it's done here in League of Legends, because these are the highlights, right? Like, Drakthar was good on this Pantheon. He was using his initiative. He was being proactive. He was ulting where he needed to ult, zoning ults in the middle of the teams. But I did like Xiaoxi's steadfast presence. He got a lot of value out of those. He was locking down that Cassante. He was preventing a lot of the engage from Drakthar here too. The Poppycopters oftentimes got value. But it was all playing for Artemis, it felt like. And Artemis was just relatively untouched in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and this, again, it's a tale we've told before. It was the game before. It was like, how do you get onto this backline? How do you deal with the Sivir? How do you deal with the Misfortune? It's the exact same tell. We just need to lock out Artemis from these games. They are very proficient on these very traditional AD carry champions, especially like a Misfortune. We saw the lead that they were picking up. I just don't know what the answer is, because we need to see Pop9 being really proactive in this bot side. I want to see a very early skirmishing jungler, similar to the Neferi. I'm not sure what the next sort of pick would be as we get into a fourth game of Fearless, of what you could be running back, but we need to see early dives, we need to see early aggression, and shut Artemis out.
Yeah, I also want to call out this Varus that we saw in this game of Feng. There was no birthday boy buff. That was a Giga AD gap, if you will. Like, at one point, I think Feng was 0-6, where Artemis was like 5-1. And it just really highlighted how Varus can be good, but he needs to be the right build and with the right composition. Like, Feng missed a lot of Chains of Corruptions as well, and even the ones he did hit, he rarely got value out of them because GAM were just so overwhelmingly able to respond. Even if they weren't able to kill DCG, they just weren't able to follow up when the Chains of Corruptions were successful.
And I think that's the tale, right? Is you got to think about the Varus as a champion itself. Is regardless, if you go the on hit, you can deal with a Cassante, you can deal with the front line, you can deal with a lot of these shields. We just weren't seeing that, so got to see a little bit of an update as the draft is going to change. But Logan, we've got a Game 4 coming up very soon, so stay tuned, fans. We'll be right back with more LCP League of Legends. See you in a sec.
Seems like everyone knows how to jungle these days. But do you remember these guys? They're back, along with the rest of the original Rift. If you want to survive in the land between lanes, here are the 5 things you gotta know about jungling in League Classic. Start the game with the Hunter's Machete. Trust us, you're gonna need it out there. And see these? Health potions. If you don't want to die, you better buy. The Classic jungle is a lot deadlier than the one you might know today. You'll need to play smart to survive. That's why you should always ask your teammates to leash the first camp. This is an ancient and honorable ritual where your buddy in the nearest lane takes a quick detour to damage the monsters after you pull their attention. Remember, the sooner you clear, the sooner they get a gank. You'll also need to plan your jungle route carefully and keep an eye out. Jungle camps respawn much faster in Classic. If you want to maximize your EXP, you better BRB after ganking your backing. When you're ready to recall, buy an upgraded jungle item first to keep those clears going strong. Madrid's Razors or Spirit Stone are both good options, and you can keep upgrading from there. You'll be a roaming menace in no time. Finally, you'll need to make the most of your mana as it does not regenerate nearly as fast in Classic. Optimizing your ability rotation and not wasting cooldowns on nearly dead monsters will noticeably impact your clear speed and ganks. And separate the good junglers from the great ones. Now get moving. Red buff is up, and that Lizard Elder ain't gonna slay itself.
But here we go, Dust.
He died the 1v1, his eye comes out on top. If they have to. Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the speed.
connect. And when the Wi-Fi connects, I'm all over your timeline, that's the effect of aura. Top of the league, no warm-up. 100 degrees, no sauna. You're not on my level, stay in your corner. I'm too real, only big dogs in the field. Big planes on the airfield, big houses that we build. Yeah, definitely, it's all in the way I walk. Matched by the way I talk, celebrate that sparklers and course. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. Everybody follows, must be my aura.
Welcome back, gamers, as we are here for game number 4. You're a cute hula girl on my screen, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna live with that, why not? But still, Logan, let's get serious for a second. LCP game 4, it's GAM versus DCG. Who would have thunk it? Me, because that was my prediction.
We said that at the same time. I'm like, well, my prediction was GAM 3-2, so we both definitely thunk of at least a 4-game series here tonight, and that is exactly what we get. As thank you, production, for those predictions, just to validate what we're saying. They're listening. Oh my god.
It's funny about that. If they weren't listening, I'd be very concerned because I wouldn't know what we'd be doing because they're the voice of God at the end of the day for production. But still, you know what? Big shout out to production crews out there in the world. That is the dream. They look after all of us beautiful little casters that, you know what, Logan? I still take that quote you said about me that I am great. I'm gonna hold on to that. I'm gonna cherish that one.
When did I say that? Yeah, there's no clip. There's no proof.
There is proof. I'll retweet that one, don't you worry. But we're getting ready for game number 4, Logan. Let's focus back up again. Let's talk about what the draft's going to look like because it's a game 4. We've already seen a lot of the priority picks. I'm going to use my magician skills once again and predict what we're going to be seeing in this game. I suspect you're going to see maybe a Talia. I don't think that's too far off. Yep. I think a Yanara, because we saw the Lulu ban last game. I think that's going to go through. We're going to see Yanara Lulu on one of these teams. Maybe a Lucian Milio if it's not banned out.
What about Ash Seraphine?
Like a Kali? Oh, like Ash Seraphine sort of fell out of the meta though. Like you'd be better off just going like a Seraphine with like a random support anyway, just seeing what happens. But here we are, we're getting into the draft as the bans are coming through. It is going to be the Lee Sin and the Camille once again. So if GAM decide to close out this series on game 4, my prediction, we might not see the beautiful Pop 9 Lee Sin, but here we are coming through Lucian and Victor as well, taken off the board.
Well, there goes that Lucian Milio idea, right, that you were putting forward, and they're banning Victor away because Fang, when we did that deep dive into his stats, is a ripper of a Victor, and he loves to take it down to that AP role in that duo bot lane, and Nocturne banned away as well. Oh no, what a surprise! Nocturne banned, whoa! Poppy has made it through though, so... Yeah, well, there is the Akali ban too, so like already 2 of those champions you were mentioning just taken away, but it still leaves a lot of bot lane duos up that you were talking about, right? We were talking about, where is it, the Ash Seraphine, we were talking about the Zeri Yumi, so they could be potential bot lane duos that we see here in this game 4, because for those of you at home watching along who may or may not have just tuned in for the first time ever, we're in a fearless ban situation, and what that means is every champ that is picked cannot be picked again in the same series. That's why you see all those little icons there in the middle as, yeah, Florin on Jax, that is all worthy.
I like that. I think the Florin Jax is something we've been dreaming of begin because he loves to be so aggressive on this pick. So you can really pick anything sort of into it. Now with an Annie being hovered, Talia does make a lot of sense as it is going to be locked in too. So I don't mind this. It can be a bit of a flex, but most likely going to see it in that mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I genuinely think Annie's going to be in that mid lane. I can't recall the last time I actually saw an Annie out of the mid lane, so I think that's a good pick there. But you know what's also not available anymore that we saw the other week was the Cassante in the mid lane to answer the Annie. Just a better response than the traditional of Galio, which is being hovered right now. Like, even Galio melts under Annie halfway through the game, but Cassante's just like, I'll get a Canic Rook Earn and you can't hurt me forever. So good pickup here for GAM, for Glory on that Annie, because Galio is very, very manageable, if you will.
Look, it is, in the early game, it's so rough. There's not much you can really do. You're looking just to farm out the waves and push them in. Galio doesn't have the smoothest clear until you have a little bit of an item on board. But once you get a Hollow's Radiance, you're having a bit of a better time. And the Rel now being hovered here means that there's going to be a really strong engage. Rakan, even better at this point. It does open up and forces a ban onto a Xayah. So I like this Rakan pickup because that is your snap engage, follow it up with the Grand Entrance. Jax can come in with a Counter-Strike and a Leap Strike, and we'll just see what that's going to turn into. So I really like what DCG is starting to put together. And saying that, an Mbessa into a Jax is a very interesting matchup as it's being hovered.
Yeah, they're looking like a very backline dive comp from DCG, right? They're going to be able to leap, they're going to be able to Hero's Entrance, they're going to be able to queue in with that Rakan and do a lot of setup for the damage dealers for their team who are yet to be kind of revealed here. And GAM, they do lock in that Mbessa for Kiaya in that top lane. So Kiaya obviously feeling that Mbessa is a decent matchup into this Jax, that split pushing monster with his counter strikes there too. But the second round of bans coming through, Renekton taken away. Renekton banned, so they think that Jax is not top lane then.
Could they be thinking it's a Jax jungle? That is interesting. Like, Jax jungle is not unheard of. Definitely not the strongest, but I guess if you are just trying to jungle around, farm up a little bit, get level 6, and then just start trying to brawl out fights around these objectives, I don't see a huge problem with it. But the Vayne being banned out now too, I don't know. Maybe it's not an Mbessa top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but then where would Wukong go, right?
Look, it could actually be Annie support. That is another spot for Annie, just saying. Not really in pro play, but I have seen a lot of Annie support in solo queue. Definitely annoying, but that's okay because it's fairly manageable because they don't really get much gold until like level 6, so it's fine. But now I've seen the supports banned out. Lulu, Nico being the final ban. I don't mind this. They're definitely targeting Taki on this bot side, who has been having a stellar performance this evening. So this really determines, do you pick up the support here and open yourself up to some more AD carries? Again, there's some other random combos you could go, like Lux, Caitlyn, if you really wanted to get real spicy with it. You could potentially look at the Aphelios Thresh. You wanted to look for a little bit more brawl. You know what? Oh, there's the Seraphine. And there's a Caitlyn, actually. I did say it. There it is.
But you said every champ in the game. You're bound to be right when you say every champ in the game there. Yeah, come on, you just...
I didn't say Mel.
But
I didn't say Mel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you were gonna.
I didn't say half the champ. I said like five. There's like 171 champions, Logan. No, 173. Hold on, that is a Jax jungle. What?
Yeah, I mean, Jax jungle, Aatrox being selected there, Galio, that's a very, very tanky, bruisery frontline team. Right now, it feels a little low on damage, so I'm wondering if this Jax will be like an AP build, if this Aatrox is going to go more bruiser, try and pick up some lethality here. It does make me wonder what their last pick of the game will be, and where it will go, quite frankly, because there's a lot of questions, and there's that Talia being hovered that you said you were feeling before we even got into the draft. I like this pick, the AP damage, the Weaver's Wall to be able to roam across the rift. Anivia could be quite good here too, though, Pike. Put up that wall and it shuts down a lot of what DCG are trying to do.
I don't mind what's being drafted. It's definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel here, but there's the Lux. I did say that champion before. You're welcome, Logan. Just a little FYI, but you know what? Still, I was liking the Anivia. I'm curious to see where we're going to be seeing it. Is it going to be the Aatrox jungle, or if it's going to be a Jax jungle? Rakan top could be in play, definitely not. So it is going to be the Jax jungle for Pop 9. That is very, very unique. We have not seen that in a really long time, but I love Florent on this Aatrox. Going to be skirmishing really hard into this Mbessa, but Talia Rakan is a very interesting combo.
Yeah, it is. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it pays off for him, Cotton, as we do have our teams locked in here. And one thing I want to point out is that Lux Caitlyn combo, that is a very deadly, a very dynamic duo, but it will be hard to lock down that Rakan. Talia is going to be the much easier target here for both of them, so I'll be looking for those plays. Shout out to the LCK, Pays and Carrier. I do believe at one point they together were 18-0 on their Caitlyn Lux combo, so it can be oppressive. It can absolutely dominate, and that is what we are hoping to see here tonight as we stand on the precipice of Game 4, Pike. GAM find themselves on match point. They are up 2-1 right now, and as a reminder to the viewers at home, the stakes here, right? If you lose tonight, you cannot go to playoffs. You are knocked out. If you are GAM, okay, that's your season over, done, dusted, because they're a partner team. But if you are Relove DCG and you're knocked out, you risk relegation because they are a guest team. They have to fight it out to keep their position in the LCP. So they have a lot more riding on the line.
I think the fun fact here, though, is Relove DCG already worked their way through a relegation. They worked their way up and earned their spot in the LCP this year. They've had some really good performances, so even if they were to go into facing off some other teams, they might still be here, Logan. They have the skills, they have the plays. I think it would just be a case of locking in. Remember, it's a bunch of other teams that need to battle off across all the other regions in the LCP. Oceania, PCS, Vietnamese. Like, there's a lot going on that all these teams are fighting for a spot. Relove DCG have already run that gauntlet before. They can hold the title.
Yeah, I mean, we've even got the Flash Oceania tournament here, which is the sort of pseudo LCP qualifiers. They will be ending the weekend after our grand final, and we'll find out if an Osh team or which Osh team will be competing in those sort of LCP play-ins and relegations as well. So, I mean, a lot of teams trying to fight their way up, a lot of teams trying to prevent themselves from going down, as I think Glory just had a minor headset issue here as they prepare to enter the Rift for our Game 4. And I like the draft Relove DCG has put together. It speaks to me of cohesion. It speaks to me of a game plan that will be easy to execute, Pike.
Look, it's definitely interesting. I think, yeah, GAM, this Caitlyn Lux combo is going to be so difficult to deal with. And I think one thing of note is we've already seen Fang have a really rough time into this sort of duo in this bot side. Like, they haven't really been able to make any moves. That last game in particular, Artemis just showed up, and now on the likes of a Caitlyn who has so much range, it's going to be harder again.
One thing I do want to point out is that's one of the best skins in the game on Ambessa, that chosen by the Wolf is Hongshu with the Aegis Frame Galio, hands down one of my personal favorites whenever I'm playing Galio in ARAM. And we see the Prestige Battle Academia Lux skin for Taki on that Lux. So, yeah, good skin game today.
Yeah, there's some good ones. Like, there is a best Lux skin, though. We know this.
Elemental?
Yeah. That's the best one.
Didn't know it was
okay,
the
we
best
can get back
one.
into the game.
I thought it was good.
It is the best one, hands down. The fact that you can change it, like, oh, that's so cool. But still, we won't get into the nitty-gritty of it all. Let's have a look. Hongshu, let's break down how this is going to be going. Okay, Fang already a little bit concerned, burning that cleanse very early into a half health. Ugh. Again, this is what I mentioned, right? This is the Lux Caitlyn lane. We've seen it used so many times in the past, in other regions too. You just outrange everyone, especially into a Rakan and a Talia who want to move up. Talia is a bit of a short-range mage, so you're hoping that you're going to get a really nice grand entrance, get the knock-up, and then get the flick back into the Unraveled Earth that you just saw there. That is the goal. That's the game plan. So if you can't land that combo and you can't land it on Artemis, it's going to be a real tall order.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out as well is that Feng has no more health potions, so has burnt through the cleanse, has burnt through both health potions already under the oppressive poke from GAM, from Artemis and Taki here. So they're really putting that range advantage to good use to establish dominance early on and get the wave shoved in. Chassis.
Ooh, great flick. Artemis has to be very careful, has to burn the heal. It really does land that binding. Is it going to be enough? There's just no mana for Fang, no health as well. And look at Drakthar waiting in the wings. They just need to be so careful, but a wave is being pushed in. And get those little bits of healing back up, but one stun, one bit of damage would spell disaster. Fang being very careful, good knock-up. Drakthar is here, has to be super good flash from Fang, trying to stay underneath this tower, but no, first blood goes to Artemis, and this is just a repeat of last game. Logan.
Aggro well juggled. Aggro well juggled. Patient play, good play. We saw Taki actually hit the Scrying Bloom to get vision to see if Pop 9 was in the area. Pop 9 on the top side of his jungle, unable to get down there and respond in any way. So I really do like that Drakthar saw the opportunity and went for it. Xiaoxi, great engage flick combo. Like, that is exactly what you want to be doing every single time as this Rakan, as this Taliyah. That Q into the flick. Fortunately, Artemis did not have turret aggro, so didn't take a turret shot, otherwise that would have been a guaranteed death. Drakthar shows himself, so DCG know they're up against it. Xiaoxi tries to get onto Artemis here, but Artemis, fancy feet, dodges away, comes in, autos, and gets first blood. That is exactly where you want the goal to be going. You want to accelerate this Artemis on this Caitlyn, and that is a BF sword in inventory.
Yeah, that's real rough. It's only 4.5 minutes. You've already got a BF sword because you have such a big gold lead just from the CS as well. You have this power to sit back. Taki's just going to be poking him from afar. This is just the most solo queue lane you can see and get, and no one likes to verse it. It is just so hard to just do anything. It's why we're going to be looking bot so much, because they will just be poking them out infinitely. But now we can see there's good vision down towards this bot side, so DCG want to control the river to its absolute potential just to keep an eye on what's going on. But ooh, Xiaoxi being denied the slight little heal. Not too bad, but nothing really to heal up at this point, as they did get that reset before because they did go down. But we'll have to see how the rest of this lane is going to go, because once it gets to that mid-late game, it's not as hectic. It's just more how much of a lead does Artemis get, and with Drakthar coming bot once again, lead might extend.
Yeah, the Drake is up, so Drakthar is just roaming, making sure he's got vision control, gets the pink ward down as well, so DCG, they know Drakthar is around, and they know that they are shoved up in their lane. Pop 9, though, did take a recall, has bought his sort of first half item, so if it comes down to a 1v1, Pop 9 has a small, tiny advantage as Taki. He does keep missing these E's, I believe it is, from this Lux, the root, the snare, so unable to kind of combo. It's a Q. Right, so the E is the circle, and the Q is the straight line, keeps missing those Qs, and Artemis is unable to get those snap traps underneath and combo off, right, which is exactly what you want to do with this lane. So I will be looking for Taki to sort of start landing more of those Qs to better set Artemis up, though he is 20 CS ahead of Feng right now. Drakthar, though, spots Pop 9, is going to let him have that scuttle, as GAM, they just want to maintain priority on this bot side.
Yeah, 100%. Landing any of those like light bindings, which is the Q, into the loosened singularity, which is the E, just a little fun piece there for you, Logan, as well. They are going to be so big, as a good bind does actually land. Xiaoxi trying to clear out these pink wards, but Taki getting some good poke off, and also hitting that dragon means it is going to be drawing a lot of that aggro. So Xiaoxi, taken fairly low, might need to reset if they can't heal back up. They don't have any potions. They are a Rakan. They do have a little bit of healing in their kit. We'll have to see, is Florin and Kiaya up on this top side. Very similar game right now. Florin does have a bit of a lead.
I just love that we just went back up to them and we saw them both put wards down in that bush at the same time. They're like, yep, we're just going through the motions. This is exactly what we're both going to do. We both know we did it, and we're both going to take a recall and come back out to lane. Like, this is the epitome of the top lane experiences. Artemis, he did manage to complete some Berserker Greaves as well. That's what you get when you have so much gold advantage. But he is looking to go back to that top side. So it is time for lane rotations. But Florin did not get that message. So he will have to face at least one wave against Artemis here. I do like that play. first Drake still on the Rift. Grub's up in 20 seconds, so it will be interesting to see which way what jungler wants to go here, Pike. Artemis, though, showed face to Florin. Not going to have a great time of that. Vision control. I mean, it's all DCGs on the bot side. It's all GAMs on the top side. So that tells me DCG is going to prioritize that Drake now that the Grubs are up.
Yeah, it's like, it's not really worth fighting super early here for DCG. Like, yeah, Grubs are going to be up and there's going to be that early prio, but this is what you want as GAM. You need to get these Grubs so Caitlyn can just keep hitting these towers, shoving waves in, and just disrupting through that. So a trade of Dragon for Grubs is, I think, going to go in favor of GAM here.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be Drake to Pop 9 and DCG. It'll be all 3 Grubs to Drakthar of GAM, and that is all she wrote. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. As we do see DCG, they're kind of slow to rotate their lanes, but I mean, GAM, they need to be careful here because 2 members of DCG are coming up. Light Binding does land, but very little follow-up, and that is the tankier sort of build on that Aatrox. 2 of those Ruby Crystals and the Doran Shield giving some health, plus that Warhammer, so you do like to see. But quick look at that gold lead. It is 1.4k over to GAM, and it is in every single lane. That is exactly what you want to be seeing in this early game. You want to eke out those small advantages. But it hasn't really been a explosive game, Pike, and that's kind of how the story of every game has gone so far tonight.
You're right. They have been very slow. Yeah. This is not the LCP we're used to. It's a It's a bit of an interesting one. Well, the second game was pretty explosive. Like a 23-minute game. That was pretty good. Not many kills, but it was good. It was fast. Whereas this game, we're entering into the 10-minute mark. Next Dragon up in 4 minutes with no real objectives on the board as they got taken at the same time. And yeah, we sort of expected this to be slow. Like, Artemis is happy to just be scaling some items. Taki's not really going to be doing a huge amount regardless. Like, they're still going that support build. They're not going like the damage build, which I would have loved to see. Give me a Taki on a Lux with a Ludens. Yeah, that would be sweet.
Yeah, but in order to make most benefit out of, you know, AP damage builds, you need to hit your light bindings, and Taki hasn't hit too many of those, so I think the support build is best, as GAM will spot out Pop 9's roam. They need to be careful, Chassis, moving forward. Glory, though.
Glory flashing over, looking to get the stun off. Tibbers is used, and Kiaya wants to get back onto it. Glory just spent everything, TP and flash, to try and pick up Florin, but he read the play like a book, and he got out alive.
Yeah, TP flash ult and flash from Kiaya and ult from Kiaya. Like, everything was committed for that, and that was an absolute whiff of a play, if I do say so myself. Pop 9, though, looking for an angle on the bot side, but they are going to call it off. Hongshu had rotated because he got that priority in the mid because Glory left the lane. Yeah, it feels like miscommunication. It feels like mistiming there. But Kiaya, he has picked up that Eclipse. He will be able to trade a little bit more happily into this Aatrox's bot side, getting a little feisty.
Yeah, it's always going to be a little bit feisty, but it's always just a bit of fa and not sti. It's just the first half, because they're not really going to do anything with it.
You know what? I'm going to let you sit in that in silence.
Thank you. So, what were those other weird words that you said before that that I've forgotten about?
Mate, if you forgot about them, they're clearly not that impactful.
Started with M.
We do.
Anyone in chat, can anyone remember that word that started with M?
Majestic.
Champy? No, it wasn't Majestic.
Machamp? That's a Pokemon.
Look, I didn't say Machamp.
You're
I said
digging.
Machampy.
Yeah,
I'm digging. I'm waiting for chat to give me an answer. Chat, let's get on this. Come on, let's come up with Logan's weird words.
There's a game here happening in front of us. I don't know why we're talking about, you know, feisty and Machamps, but Taki. Hey, look, for once you sat in silence, all right? So Sundered Sky, picked up by Florin, will have that extra healing online for this Aatrox, as well as the Grasp of the Undying. So very typical, very traditional build for the Aatrox, exactly what you would expect. I'm going to be looking for someone to pick up a little bit of anti-heal. I need to see some anti-heal because that also is going to do work on the Aatrox. It's going to cut down some of that shielding that Hongshu and the Rakan are going to be delivering. So I think it's going to be a very, very high value item here, Pike. But Pop 9 completes his Triforce. Fang with his first item.
Ooh, Ace in the Hole is going to hit, but ooh, Binding not going to be used, trying to go for the Grand Entrance, so finally seeing some movement out on the map. But talking about anti-heal, it has to go to Taki. If you're putting it on Glory, it's a waste because it's single sort of hit unless you're hitting multiple members with the Incinerate or with your ultimate with Tibbers. So I feel like, okay, Raythar being jumped on by Pop9. Maybe losing his red for the troubles, but back to the point is Taki needs to get that anti-heal because you do have the AoE. You do have a little bit more with that singularity. You can fight as Glory. Is also here, no flash, but has the Tibbers if they want to use it. But here's the Grand Entrance onto a clone. As it is DCG, there is the final spark. There's a big Tibbers. Oh my god, that's what we're talking about. Double kill now for Glory. Is Garma taking the lead? 3 kills secured. They are able to lock down a little bit more. Triple kill for Glory. Hunting for more. But no, a flash from Hongshu will keep them at their tower. And now the game is exploding.
Glory's patience rewarded. Drops a Tibbers on the head of 3. Instantly secures a double kill. Gets the triple in the follow-up. Routes Relove DCG from the depths of GAM's jungle. Well played. Patient. Meticulous. There's an M word for you, mate. As the gold lead balloons to 3,500 in the favor of GAM.
Glory be thy name, glory be thy game. A beautiful start for this mid laner who is now 1k gold up themselves, but look at Artemis as well. 103, 1.6k gold up. Fang, it's his birthday. Maybe give him something.
Yeah, he's giving him a shellacking. He's giving him a quick game home here as Taki just pestering Xiaoxi over this vision. DCG first to this Drake. They have priority. They have control. It will be up to GAM to try and find a way in, but I think they're going to be too little, too late here, Pike.
Yeah, Drakthar really not in the wing, so 2 dragons going over, but now they could look for a little bit of a fight as the Counter-Strike is going to go forward. Glory is the target. Grand Entrance is good.
TP.
Final Spark hits on 3, but it's not enough. They're just too strong. Artemis is able to pick up Xiaoxi. Glory lived on 1 HP. Drakthar picked up Fang. The double kill was so good, and now they can just keep walking at them. Florin in the World Ender is able to pick up Glory. The Annie is dead. Now Florin has to be careful looking at Artemis, but there is some big shots coming through. He's picking up another kill. Artemis is absolutely on fire, and this Caitlyn is unleashed. 404. That is not an error on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. That is a fed Caitlyn looking so good with first tower going to GAM in this top side.
See what you did there with that 404 reference, but that deep flanking TP from Florin, it was a smart strategic decision. The timing, though, was what was off about it. As GAM, they're 4-on-4 here. Great engage from Pop9, but the instant cleanse out of Glory to disengage, sorry, the item coming through from Lux there, and then the follow-up, Drakthar was just in everybody's faces. Florin arrives, it's already 4v2. He's able to get a little bit done with the flash on the Glory, gets this shutdown of 750 gold, but Artemis still standing. I will say though, Florin getting that shutdown also got the flash out of Artemis, so good value for the next fight within the next 5 minutes. GAM now 5.5k gold lead on the Rift Herald. As thank you production for that gold graph, well timed. As the gold lead is ballooning, and yeah, right, it is looking like a repeat of Game 3 so far, Pike.
Game 3? What do you mean Game 2?
No.
Game 3 went 50 minutes.
Yeah, but the gold graph, right? It was just GAM from start to finish. Yeah, right? It went up until around the 23rd minute, and then, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, all right. I'll believe you. I trust you. But like, I'm just thinking, like, game 2 was fast. Like game 2, like they're at 6k gold lead. This is game 2 where they're just exploding the lead.
Well, hopefully that'd be quite nice, actually. I wouldn't mind a quick game to close this one out, because it looks like GAM is in dominant position, right? They've got 3 grubs, so they can siege up very, very nicely. DCG, yes, they've got 2 Drakes with the next one in 2.5 minutes, but that's nothing to be concerned about. It's not scary. It's not like it's a win con that's online already. Kiaya, that whole time that big fight was happening down that bot side, Kiaya was just farming top. He was getting gold. You look at the individual gold leads, GAM have an individual gold lead in every every single lane. Like, DCG right now, they don't have a strong win condition behind them. So we'll be looking for them to pick that one up, as Hongshu's picked up that Abyssal Mask for his first item. He really wants to increase that sort of AP damage profile that he's building for himself, as Taki, thumbs up in the face of Pop9 and Xiaoxi, has to get away there. You do not want them jumping on you, Pike, but a lot of pings coming down, vision control being established.
Yeah, 100%. It's another Cloud Soul as well here, Logan. So definitely going to be getting that increased movement speed. Definitely going to be good if DCG can get it. You want them to be able to move around the map, especially on this Rakan, the Aatrox, even the Talia will want it too. Downside, you have to get through this force of nature, which is Artemis, who is just looking so strong right now. Even with the shutdown onto Glory, look at how much damage they just did to this tower. Crazy.
Yeah. And I really like something that's a little underrated too is trap lines, right? Like, I think it's spoken about in a few regions, but trap lines from Caitlyn's are so important. They're not immediately obvious, but they create a lot of zoning. They create a lot of, I can't walk there. I need to be very, very careful. And I think that provides a lot of value in and of itself. It buys them a little extra time. It buys them a little extra safety as they siege up that tower. Artemis's individual gold lead now up to 3.2k. Has the Yuntals, has the Hextech Optics, has that pickaxe. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage. He's going to be critting. He's going to be getting that extra range for that extra bit of safety. Taki, 7 assists, has been involved in nearly every single kill. Artemis, literally 100% kill participation. I mean, the GAM of game 1 is gone. They were like warming up in game 1 because game 2, 3, and 4, they have come to play, Pike.
That's it. And they're really showing what it is to be a team that can recover from that. First game, yeah, it was rough. Like, it was a bit of a tough one. DCG really took it to them. But as this game goes on, oh, beautiful work. Drekthar hitting the Cyclone, didn't get the steal, but now looking for a little bit of re-engage as the Dragon starts up, trying to go over the public execution onto the backside. Kiaya stuck in the pit. Can't really go too far. Dragon being hit. Florin wants to do more. They did take out the Tibbers, and that is going to be the Rift Herald summon. So they're going to be looking to take this, look for a bit of a ride. Final Spark lands onto Fang, but doesn't do a huge amount of damage. But now it means that it is GAM that can reset onto this Dragon 2. Rift Herald is still going to get a charge. Do not forget this. They might be able to take this tier 1, the Dragon, just as a consolation prize.
I really need to see that replay because I'm so confused how DCG just didn't hard win that fight. Drakthar went in for the Scuttle Crab, lost it, was forced to retreat, spends his ult, spends his clone, spends his flash. So DCG have a health advantage, they have summoners, they have ult advantage, they have numbers advantage, and GAM are still able to turn it back around and secure the third Drake of the game for themselves. I always love seeing our Battle Herald, which Kiaya popped, and I did see the fancy feat on Hongshu. He was able to juke that Herald. Otherwise, I have to imagine Kiaya would have stunned him and gone in. But I want to point something out in this mid lane, right? Glory is like 40 CS down on Hongshu, but has 2 completed items to Hongshu's 1.5 because of those 3 kills. So, like, everyone on GAM is just doing well right now. And the damage, oh my god.
Yeah, nah, Florin looking good. Artemis looking better.
Yeah. Just this understatement of game 4. We'll leave it at that for now as the Baron is up. GAM, they're zoning DCG. Drakthar and Pop9 were literally within melee range of each other and just walked away.
Oh, Cyclone going up, but Hongshu does have a different story. Pop9 has to be careful. Tibbers, final spark is going to land. Does not get the hero's entrance up. It is Pop9 just way too low. Public execution just goes off to the side. The ace in the hole does land. Artemis is happy with that shot. Xiaoxi now on the chopping block. No feathers will let you fly today. And Florin is trying to hold on for his team, but there is just nothing they can do. Kiaya now off to the side being looked at by Florin. Still, it's a level 15, and Besser, you're going to be so careful as the Baron has already been started. 22 minutes. I said this was game 2, Logan, and it is just acceleration and determination out of GAM that they want to end this one here and now.
Yeah, I mean, this is, basically exactly the same thing that happened in Game 2. They won a team fight convincingly, they got the Baron, and they just ran straight down the mid lane. They won a team fight there and ended as Taki does get a good light binding onto Pop 9, but that's not who they engage on. It's Drakthar in the back on the Hongshu, and I was questioning this because he's so tanky, but he forces the rest of DCG into this narrow channel, so that ultimate to come out of Taki actually gets a lot of work done. The ace in the hole, there's no one there to save him in this. The Weaver's Wall from Feng actually knocked Drakthar closer to Pop 9, guaranteeing Pop 9's death. And you look at Drakthar's damage, that's more than every single member of Relove DCG combined.
Oh, it's just... It's a tall order. You've ordered an extra large drink and you just can't drink it. But now you can see as well, Florin's waiting, looking like there's obviously a tactic, like we just need to hit them from behind. But at the same time, there's 3 members there and you're about to, they put the ward down at the back of the alcove. They still have not found Florin. There is a potential to go on Artemis, who is stepping forward. Oh, it's a patient game right here. And now, okay, don't worry, Hongshu's dead up in the jungle, so Florin waiting a little bit too long to start a fight. They're really committing to this play, Logan.
That should really diffuse that play, though, because they know GAM's behind them and that they'll be able to rotate swiftly. GAM playing carefully. Oh my god, Florin.
Spotted out, Florin. He didn't know. You can see he's even having a bit of a smile going, they found me, man. And you can see the disappointment as they're going to take this tier 1 in this bot side too. What was looking like a potential pick just didn't turn out.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? You got to make these plays. They're 11,500 gold down. They're now down more gold than they were in Game 3 by the end of 52 minutes. It's only 24 minutes in. GAM have doubled the rate of growth, doubled the rate of gold gain. They have to make these flanking plays. They have to make these patient plays to do something, because right now it's all wallet diff, it's all hands diff, and here is where Hongshu was caught out. It was a clone from Drakthar onto an unsuspecting Hongshu, over the wall, Cyclone, wham bam, thank you ma'am. Had the damage from Glory as well, and here, the patient play from Florin that just did not pay off. Kihaya! Like, what kind of game sense is that, man? He's just like, I'm gonna walk into this bush. Oh, I spotted an Aatrox. Like, that is years of professional play. That is, what would I do if I was from behind and trying to flank as well? And spots him out. Unfortunately, nothing to be done.
Yep, I think Pop 9's going to go down. Final Spark is going to land. Artemis is godlike. Public execution off the back as well. The ace in the hole is going to land. This is just GAM cleaning up this 4th game. There's not much you can really do. Now with the jungler down, you're going to look towards this dragon, start slowly clawing this soul together, but even 2 clouds, the movement speed from that is going to be so big, and Artemis might just be able to soul this at this point. You've got the IE, you're at 90% crit right now. Why not?
Yeah, just do it for funsies. Just do it to prove a point. As he walks away, he's like, I'll leave that over to you, Drakthar. But 14 kills to 1 in favor of GAM. 12,500 gold. 2 Cloud Drakes. 3 Grubs. GAM in a commanding position right now, and I struggle to see how DCG is going to come back into this one. And I was saying GAM needed to get some anti-heal, and there is the Oblivion Orb onto Taki, which, as you called earlier, makes so much sense because Taki has a lot more AoE damage, a lot more spammable than anybody else. And oh my god, Artemis just got an LDR as well. Good night, Hongshu. Good night, Florin.
Good night, DCG. You hate to see it and you hate to say it, but this Caitlyn is unkillable. There's nothing you can really do. It gets so much range. It doesn't even have a rapid fire cannon. It is just sitting back and doing damage. This team is waiting for the Baron. It's not up for a minute and a half. They're at the pit waiting. That's just crazy. Yeah. This game has just blown up.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, snap engage. Artemis, nice little Calvin net, keeps them out as they do send more as the final spark still lands, and Fang is just dead anyway. Artemis is unkillable. The double kill is good. Florin is now running for his life. Kiaya picked up Xiaoxi. Ace in the hole is going to land. It does a little bit of extra damage, but there's just nothing you can do. Double kill for Kiaya, and they are chasing out Florin, who's stuck in the middle of their jungle, and they are walking at this tower. And GAM, they just found the secret source. The mental was stronger, and they held on. 15.8k gold lead, 18 kills to 1 here in the 4th game. GAM are going to pick up the full series here as they just say, we've got the goods. GG, well played.
GAM in a near perfect game. Take Relove DCG out of the LCP split 3-1, exactly as you predicted, Pike. And game 2 and 4, just absolute domination and complete flips from what we saw in that game 1. It was the other way entirely. GAM nowhere to be found. Relove DCG brought it all onto the Rift, but GAM, they just went, you know what? No, we really need to win this one. They had some rousing words in the ref room. And what time is it, Pike? It's GAM time, baby!
Yeah, it is. You had to hit me with it again. I'm here for it. And yes, it is GAM time. Sadly, this is the last time we will be seeing Relove DCG. So boys, get in there, take a bow. Regardless of this result, this team has had a phenomenal run this year, and it is sad to see them go. They will be heading towards that relegation where they will be battling it out for their spot in the LCP next year. So, it's going to be interesting.
Ooh.
What are we looking at?
Okay. Couldn't see. Camera focus. Draktar's like, oh, my Logitech keyboard has leveled me up. My ROG, monitors are giving me visual clarity. He's just shouting out all of his sponsors at this point. What a legend here. But who do you think gets player of the match? I think my money is on Taki. He had just fantastic games every game, in my opinion.
Yeah. I want to give it to Taki too. I think they did play really, really well. We're about to find out who it was. Artemis as well was just so good, but I think they were just enabled by the team and enabled by Taki. And that's almost a very clean graph upwards for this team with a 16.5k gold difference. Just, it's hard to see a game be such a stomp, especially towards the end of the series like this. But this just shows that this game, when you are in a best of 5, there's a lot that goes into it. The mental can go down. And it looks like it might be going to Taki here, who we are focusing on a little bit more. We'll have to see, but regardless, it was a lot of damage. Beautiful final spark. It didn't get the kills because it wasn't a damage Lux, but it was all about the agency we saw. And I think that Pike game was definitely one of the best ones in the series that we've seen, especially the LCP. It was aggressive. It was all over the map. It was forceful. Just have to see, but I think this is a Taki MVP.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. Even on this Lux game, there it is, Taki. And you see it, game 1, okay, Shen, cool. A lot of KP though, and that's what's so critical with these supports is that they're roaming around, they're taking part in these kills. 91% KP game 1, pretty good KP across the rest of the series, and just everywhere, having impact with great KDAs. One day I want to see like vision score when it comes down to like supports, because like vision score matters a lot as a support, just FYI. But here it is again. Here was the first blood of the game. It was a 3-man dive under turret, beautifully executed. Draktar being proactive, and shout out to Draktar, right? Yeah, Taki player of the match, but Draktar, I don't think he went too deep one single time, Pike. He was where he needed to be, when he needed to be there, and he didn't backline dive and leave GAM, the rest of them, in Narnia.
Look, don't ever want to leave anyone in Narnia. That is dangerous times. You don't know what sort of mythical animals are there. It's crazy out there. But still, you're right. I think the big thing here is we're starting to see Draxar be a little bit cleaner with how well they're playing. They're not overextending too hard, but when they do, in this sort of situation, the teams, they're backing them up. This is what we've been sort of waiting to see, is whether GAM is going to back up the jungler, or if the jungler is going to pull back and go back with the team. It's nice to see that GAM said, no, let's just support our jungler. Like, if we follow up, maybe something good will happen, and we saw it here today. Really nice to see that the team's a little bit more in sync. We'll have to see how it goes into next year as well, as Split 1 will definitely be a telling. There'll be a lot of time as Worlds come about, the ENC. There's a lot of big tournaments coming out and about here, but regardless, today's results, I called it, but it almost felt bad to call it.
Yeah, well, I don't think it feels bad to call the 3-1. I think it felt bad how we got there, because two of these games were very stompy. Like, two of GAM's wins were super stomps, I dare say, just short of a perfect game in that game 4. And yeah, as you said, GAM here, they took tonight's last BO5 for the Swiss stage, 3-1 over the PCS's Relove DCG. And, you know, one of my favorite words here, Pike, it was an absolute shellacking, mate.
Love it. Love that word. It is absolutely true. Nothing less than a shellacking here at the LCP, especially as we finish out our Swiss stage here in Split 3 of the LCP, and it's GAM sitting comfortably towards the end. It was a long road, Logan. It was a long road, but we're finally here. We're heading into the playoffs to see what these teams are going to be doing, as here are our championship points. The 4 teams currently up the top, but Relove DCG, yes, had the points, was still knocked out throughout this split. Secret Whales well up the top. There is no contention. GAM, Vikings, and Flying Oysters all still in contention for that hard-coveted Worlds spot.
Yeah, here at the LCP, we have 3 world slots for 2026, and Team Secret Whales were the first in the world to lock in their slot 2 worlds, or their berth, as I like to say, Pike, as we do take a look at the seeding matches here. CFO versus MVK. I do believe that will be tomorrow night. Then we have Ground Zero Gaming versus Detonation Focus Me, which I do believe will be Saturday night. And then Team Secret Whales versus To Be Determined on the Sunday night. So make sure you are here for all of those, because there's some pretty good games. Seeding matters a lot, Pike. Like, you want to be the highest seed possible, so you start as far into that World's run as possible as well.
Yeah, I haven't heard of the team TBD, but you know what? I'm excited to see what they're going to bring. Like, who knows? Like, maybe they got some tricks up their sleeves. They're coming in a little bit late into the split, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. But Logan, it's the end of the night. It's been a good night. Is there anything you'd like to say before we close this bad boy out?
I would like to say thank you very much to GAM and Relove DCG for 4 good games. I think that Game 1 was very one-sided in the favor of DCG, and obviously 2 and 4 in the favor of GAM. Game 3 was probably the closest one that we had. I really liked Relove DCG's first 2026, because you've got to remember, they started in Split 1 this year, and that was the last time we'll see them in the LCP in Split 2026 because of relegation promos. So great showing, honestly. Second in Split 1, second in Split 2, and last to be knocked out in Split 3. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Look, it's still a great run. Just sadly, Split 3, it wasn't the one they wanted, but Logan, thank you again for jumping on for tonight. Big thank you to our production team for making sure everything ran as smooth as possible. Thank you to the teams who are just looking absolutely stonking, and excited to see these ones moving forward. Relove, hopefully we'll have you back next split, but we'll have to wait and see how it all goes. But from all of us here at the LCP, thank you for watching tonight, and we'll see you in the next adventure. Good night.